Good morning, everyone. I think we are slowly getting to the hour. We could start. We'll live like 1 or 2 minutes because we're not in a rush today. And yeah, just leave 1 minute for the people to come and to wake up and get their coffee and so on. So if you're here for IPv6, that's not the good room. You're at Connect. Let's leave 1 minute more. I see Miriam there. No,
let's keep going to the other room.
Oh,
Okay.
I think okay. Okay, welcome to Connect, your second favorite working group. First one being RIPE and CC services, obviously. Okay, so we got. So I'm here with my fabulous co-chairs, Stavros and Paul, who that's their first Connect session as chairs. So welcome. So we've got an agenda, and so we are quite sure that you all read the minutes of the last session, RIPE 88. So that's on the website if you didn't saw them. And as we didn't remind them, well, maybe you can go and have a look, but I suspect that everything is fine like that. Then we've got like a bunch of presentation that we had for this session. I would like you to remind everyone that we really appreciate if you rate the talks, because that helps us know whenever you liked what we were able to produce as content. I also know that we've got Yelena as our scribe here, and I can't remember. Oh, and Angela is a chat monitoring. Thank you. And with that, I think we can start with the PeeringDB update. Leo, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I have an update for you about PeeringDB as an organization and a community product, and also some product features and changes. So first things first, Shauna is the new secretary and treasurer for PeeringDB. If you are a PeeringDB sponsor, Shauna is the person who will be contacting you about renewing your sponsorship. Secondly, there are 3 seats that come up for election in 2025. If you have data in PeeringDB and your organization is not a PeeringDB member, you can become a member at no charge, and there is a how-to on becoming a member and voting on our documentation website. We encourage you to take up your membership and cast a vote in next year's board election. Key thing here is the admin committee has grown since I last gave an update, and there are more opportunities to volunteer on the admin committee if you're interested. You don't have to commit set hours or anything like that. We recognize that sometimes day jobs take precedence, and having a large admin committee is very valuable. Similarly, the outreach committee has grown. You might recognize some faces and find some faces new here. In this community, Lindsay Buckingham from Links has been doing some really good work for the outreach committee. If you've noticed changes in the way that we do social media recently, that's Lindsay. So worth noting her contribution. And the product committee now has Terry Sweetser from APNIC as a member. This means we have people on the product committee equally spaced around the world. We're changing the way that we're doing work to be less meeting driven and more asynchronous. But if you want to, if you want to join any of these committees or stand for election or whatever, write to stewards@peeringdb.com and we can help you. Now onto the actual product. We have been introducing a new search, and it is very popular. It gets most of the search queries that people conduct on PeeringDB. We need to retire the old search, V1 or legacy search. It's based on some code which is no longer supported and updated. So we're going to be deciding when to retire it early next year. If you have searches which you would like to do and they're not working the way you want, it would be great if you would write to me and let me know, and we can go and incorporate tests for your searches in the improvements that we're going to be rolling out to V2 search in January. And we want to make sure that the search works as well as it possibly can. In order for search to work, it's also important to be able to log in. Some people mentioned to me last week they thought there was a them error, not being able to log in. We had a problem with sending one-time passwords by mail. That has been fixed. It was an us thing, not a you thing. We recognize that if you can't log in, then that's not good. But we want to improve security. We want to make multi-factor authentication mandatory. Obviously, to make it mandatory, that means it needs to work for everyone. We now have 3 methods: pass keys, hardware tokens like a YubiKey, and authenticator apps. We hope that this is enough. We're obviously going to be creating some support tools, but again, if making 2-factor authentication mandatory is going to cause you a problem, it would be great if you would let us know how it would cause you a problem and why, because if you can't log in to update your data, then that's a problem not just for you, but also for the people who are searching for your stuff. So we will be doing more communication about this, but this is a first effort saying, please let us know, because if we don't know, then we can't do things the right way. We've had a couple of minor security issues, one that we found ourselves, a couple that were reported by a user. We're rolling out a fix to them in November, and we will be publishing a blog post about those issues. This is more to let you know, hey, we have a security issues how-to, and if you report an issue to us, we will do our best to get it fixed, and we will recognize you publicly and give you a token of appreciation, a hat or something along those lines. You can request the specific thing, but please, if you notice something, let us know, and then we'll go and fix it. And finally, we now have support for the location of an IXP switch. I wanted to point this out so that you know that it's there, so that you can either look for it or you can make sure you're including it in your export, because if you don't know, then you won't be looking and you won't get the benefit. We do a retrospective blog post twice a year, October and April. This is our most recent one. We do a retrospective rather than the looking forward because of the way the product committee works. The product committee votes rather than a business setting a plan. So it makes more sense to go and say, this is what we've done, than we guarantee this is what's happening. We have objectives that we work towards, like rolling out multi-factor authentication, improving search, that sort of thing. But we can't guarantee things in the same way that a business might be able to. And that is my update. If there's time, then I'm happy to take questions. But you can always write to me or the product committee or stewards, and we'd be grateful for your feedback.
Thank you, Leo. I know it's the morning and we're not all awake yet, so bear with me. So do we have any question? I didn't see anything in chat, and no one in the queues. Then I guess that's thank you very much. And yeah, happy to see that things are moving right way there. Next up, I'm really excited about that. We've got an update or like a new mention or like what's happening with IXP Manager and the new version. Thank you very much, Barry, for being here and explaining these to us. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be back. I haven't been to RIPE in person since before COVID, so it's good to be back and to be able to give you an update on what's happening with IXP Manager. Just a little context for anyone who doesn't know me, I work with INEX, which is the peering point for the island of Ireland, founded nearly 30 years ago, so we're coming up to our 30th anniversary shortly. We run 3 exchanges essentially in Ireland. We have INEX LAN 1 and INEX LAN 2 in Dublin, and we have a smaller exchange down the south in INEX Cork. And then in particular context here, we are the home of IXP Manager. And just as one metric as to why exchanges need a tool like IXP Manager, across those 3 exchanges, for both IPv4 and IPv6, we have 30 bird instances made up of a quarantine root collector, a production root collector, 2 root servers, and an AS112 service. So that's quite a lot of stuff to be provisioning that you can't do by hand. So just a little update on IXP Manager itself in terms of the overall global view of it. This is a map we maintain on IXPmanager.org, and every green dot here represents an exchange that we know is using IXP Manager. So when you install IXP Manager, you're encouraged to go to IXPmanager.org and to register the fact that you use it. We do some validation. We make sure that you're actually using it, that there's actually good data in there. We can do that with the IXF member export API endpoint. So we do validate it, and then once we're happy, we add it. Once it's added, IXPmanager.org website every night will run around all of the exchanges that are registered and gather some stats. So for about 140 of those, we use the IXF member export directly on that instance of IXP Manager. So we get kind of pristine, complete data. For the other 100 odd, where they haven't publicly exposed the IXF member export, we use PeeringDB. So these stats very much are the lower bound of numbers for IXP Manager usage. And what they tell us is, of the 237 exchanges that we know of that use IXP Manager, there's over 12,000 networks connected. And of those 12,000 networks, 7,000 are unique. We can tell again on a lower bound that the edge peering capacity is 320 terabits, and that's over nearly 18,000 connections. And as a very particular lower bound, of the exchanges that we can query directly, that's the 139, we know there's accumulated traffic peaks of nearly 90 terabits per second. In terms of port breakdowns, you can see that across the exchanges that use IXP Manager, that 10 gig is still the predominant port, nearly 4 times as many as 100 gig ports. 1 gig is still very popular. Some exchanges have started removing it as a product, including INEX. At INEX, only legacy members it's a legacy product. So if you have it, you still can keep it, but you can't buy 1 gig ports anymore at INEX. The other number there is a little bit interesting. There's 17 400 gig ports, which is very small, but it's growing. There's about 600 100 meg ports, and then there's 3,200 10 meg ports. We think that's an anomaly. In fact, we're quite sure it's an anomaly. When you provision a port in IXP Manager, in the drop-down menu for port speeds, 10 is the first option. So we're guessing that a lot of people are using IXP Manager maybe to provision their root servers where they don't really care what the port speed is. They're just picking the first option and moving on. And then just the last slide on this, we have a most connected networks table, packet clearinghouse top of the list. Anyone here from Cloudflare? Tom around or anything? Tom, congratulations. The last time I looked at this, you were level on 80 with Hurricane. You've added 4, they've dropped 1. And then it starts falling off. You do, yeah. Get top of the table. So as I said, I haven't presented here in quite some time, so we never presented IXP Manager V6 at RIPE. So I just want to highlight one or two things from V6 that might be of interest. And the top line item here from IXP Manager version 6 was our new user interface based prefix filtering. So you know, if you're at an exchange and you're peering with the root servers and you want to implement some kind of routing policy where you say, look, it's fine, I'm going to peer with everybody at the root servers except one or two ASs. And if you want to do that, on your edge router, you have got to tag the prefixes as you announce them with a particular community. And then you also have to filter the prefixes you learn from the root server. Now, if you're a very small regional wireless ISP, you might log into your edge router once every 6 months, and talking about large community tagging might be double Dutch. If you're a big network, you might have a very onerous change control process. So in the user interface, you can now do this. It'll certainly do 90+% of the use case where you don't want to peer with certain ASs or you want to prepend to certain ASs. So you can just do that in it, and it does it the same way as you would do it. So rather than you tagging your routes on egress, we tag them on ingress. Rather than you filtering the routes that you're learning on ingress, we filter them on egress. So the mechanism is exactly the same. It just happens at the other side of the BGP session. And now, because we're doing this, we can no longer reconfigure our root servers maybe 4 times a day. If you want to do some prefix filtering, you expect to see that go live within a reasonable time frame, like within 5 minutes. So that means we could potentially be updating the root servers every 5 minutes with over 500,000 lines of config. So we need much better resilience. And what we've done there is we now pair root servers within IXP Manager. So we say that root server 1 for IPv4 on LAN 1 is paired with root server 2 for IPv4 on LAN 1. So when root server 1 wants to update, it gets a lock from IXP Manager. It downloads the configuration. It does a diff. If there's a change, it reconfigures bird. It then does some checks to make sure that bird is still running, that their sessions are established, and then it releases the lock. And while all that's happening, the second paired root server cannot get a lock. It has to wait. So if the first one fails in that process, root server 2 will keep working in its kind of legacy configuration until there's human intervention. There's a few other changes from V6 listed there. Just the last one, the security enhancements. We had a third party that was using IXP Manager, got some penetration tests done for their own reasons, but they shared those results with us. So we did a lot of security fixes in V4. There was nothing critical, but it represented an older internet. So you could do things like user enumeration through forgotten password, for example. So things like that were all improved during V6's lifetime. So on to version 7, which has been in development now for most of 2024. That we hope to release this in the next few weeks, and the plan is to have it released before EuroIX. We also got a new developer during the year, so we have a full-time developer on the project, and he's fully funded through the sponsorship program. And I just realized, looking at Leo's sponsorship slide, I forgot to put in a sponsorship slide here. We kind of quietened down development during COVID, so we really have one headline sponsor at the moment, which is APNIC, who've been very good to us, the APNIC Foundation. But I know there's some people out there. I see Richard from LUNAP standing to the side, and he's pinged me looking to give me some money, so I'll be chasing him up. So what triggers a major release? Usually it's a new minimum version of PHP. So for IXP Manager V6, the minimum version that you had to have was 8.0. That'll continue running on 8.1 and 8.2 and even 8.3. You might see additional log messages about deprecations. But for V7, the minimum version is going to be 8.3, which was released late last year. And we use some of the new features of 8.3, so that's a hard requirement, which is why we now have V7. What else happens when we trigger a major release? Well, we have a new recommendation for the server operating system. So when you're running V6, we've recommended Ubuntu 20.04 long-term support. For V7, we'll be recommending Ubuntu 24.04 long-term support. And then we also update a lot of the kind of foundational stuff. So, when you're doing web development, you kind of know model view controller, the MVC framework. Well, we use a framework called Laravel for that, and the current version of Laravel and the next version will be compatible with 8.3. So we'll have full support in terms of PHP and our framework right through to the end of 2027 for this. And we update all of the third-party libraries, front-end assets, and then of course there's improvements, bug fixes, and new features. So we're going to look at a couple of those now. So I'm sure anyone that's in the EU have had the headache of NIS2. Part of that process at INEX was getting an information security management system and getting ISO 27001 certified. And as part of that process, we had to look at the way we develop and deploy IXP Manager. And one of the gaps that was identified is, while we did have unit testing, we didn't have static code analysis. So we added that during V7. When we turned it on, we had about 230 warnings. None of them were security related. Quite a lot of them were very esoteric in the way the framework works. Even with the Laravel plugin for the static code analyzer, it had a lot of warnings about something called facades, which is it's a particular way you develop on that framework. So we had to go and fix all of those to get a new baseline. Now, the static code analyzer comes with 8 difficulty settings from easy to hard. We're kind of in the middle of that. That's the recommended way to deploy it. So you get to sort of, a lot of legacy code. You can see there's 522 files analyzed there, or more than that, in fact. So that's a lot. So what we do is we fixed all those errors, we baselined it, and then we'll turn up the difficulty for all new development. And that's part now of our continuous integration pipeline. So when we push to GitHub, PHP unit kicks in, the static code analyzer kicks in, and we need to see those passing before we release new code. Another big feature that's coming in V7, which will be firstly for IXP operators, but we'll start pushing this down into the front end as well for members, is a diagnostic suite. So when a member has a problem, there's a lot of things to check in an exchange, especially as the exchange gets more complicated, where maybe they peer to INEX LAN 1 and LAN 2, and there's a huge amount of things to check. So we've introduced a diagnostic suite, and the diagnostics that we've developed so far, for example, are the ones that are listed here. So customer diagnostics is basically database validation. Is the member set up correctly in IXP Manager? Are they set to connected rather than not connected? Do they have an AS set? All that kind of stuff. So it just does some basic database validation to make sure there was no user input errors. The IORDB diagnostic suite says, right, this member is a root server client, so they should have IORDB entries and they should have been refreshed at least in the last 24 hours. So that checks that. The physical interface diagnostics does both database validation and it does SNMP requests to the switch. Is the port up? Is the MTU appropriate? Does the port speed on the switch match the port speed in the database? The BGP sessions diagnostic is one that's already proved helpful. As I said, if you peered at all 3 INEX exchanges on V4 and V6, and you use the AS112 service and you're a root server client, you'll have 24 BGP sessions to INEX. That's a lot of checking by hand. So the BGP sessions diagnostic suite will check all of those sessions, check that they haven't bounced recently, check that you're not approaching or that you haven't exceeded your max prefixes. So it handles all of that. And then as we get down onto like the layer 2 and layer 3, we'll do a MAC ping to make sure that there's layer 2 connectivity, that the layer 2 ACL is appropriate, and we'll do IPv4 and IPv6 pings. And you can see here that they're all just kind of bunched into particular files, so we can add more diagnostic suites, no problem. This is just a screenshot of the diagnostic suite running for the transceiver. So you can see that we've pulled out from the switch the make, model, serial number of the transceiver. And then you can see we're also pulling out from SNMP the light levels. So this is an LR4 transceiver on a 100 gig port. So we can see the light levels for all 4 channels right there in IXP Manager without having to log into the switch. It'll also pull out the the warning and critical light levels, so it'll warn you if you're low or if there's no light. And then some additional new features. One thing that we've been asked for a long time is if you are a member of an exchange that uses INEX and they've implemented peer-to-peer graphs, and say at INEX you have that and there's 110 members, and if you go look at those peer-to-peer graphs at INEX, you're going to get 110 graphs. They're not going to be y-axis aligned, and they're going to be sorted alphabetically. So it's going to be extremely difficult for you to pull out who your top 10 peers are, or to even try and see big significant changes in traffic. So we have long-term plans that to implement time series database functionality, but in the meantime, we now sort the graphs. So we, every night, it's kind of similar to how Lynx does it. Early every morning, we're going to go look at your traffic from yesterday. So we're going to put that into the database, and then we're going to sort the graphs for you based on yesterday's traffic. We're also added version documentation, which is really going to be really helpful for exchanges that have an older version or are reading about newer features, not realizing they're not available in their version. We have a very complex Vagrant development environment. We'll be talking about that in the open source working group in the next session. And then I'm just in the last 5 minutes, so if anyone has any questions, you can certainly make your way up. But in terms of development plans, this might answer some questions before you ask them. Once we release V7, what we're going to be looking at is a complete redevelopment of the member-facing portal. So that's where the IXP members, it's where the networks log in. And some of the changes we want to make there, as well as just a full rewrite, we also want to add internationalization so that your members can log in and interact in their own language. We do have perennial plans to have time series database support. OpenBGP has been on the long finger, so we're going to commit to getting that working in 2025, hopefully early 2025. That's a fairly big project. It's not just, people have often offered OpenBGP config samples. That's kind of the easy piece. It's the whole ecosystem that's the hard bit. So it's having the config generation, integration with monitoring and alerting, the looking glasses, prefix filtering. So we show members what prefixes we're filtering and why, and then the UI-based community filtering. So the whole, it kind of needs to be on par with Bird for the whole ecosystem to be useful. Bird's Eye is our looking glass. People have been asking if we can use Birdwatcher or other looking glasses, so we do want to support that. And then just as a kind of URIX project, we want to use the, we want to do support for RFC 8950. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. Amazing presentation. Looking forward for those new features because I recognize a lot of them. We use them as well in our network. So I see the value of those features. So it would be nice to see that other networks are using them.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, let's see if we have any question from the audience. Yes.
Yes. Marcos and from the Kicks. Yes, thank you very much for the presentation and for the great overview. I was really actually impressed about the footprint of IXP Manager. I was not aware that there was such a huge number of deployments. We do not use IXP Manager ourselves, but as you know, we offer the IX API to interact with the IXP programmatically. Do you have plans in your roadmap to do some kind of integration with the IX API for the greater benefit of your users?
Yeah, so I know exactly what you're talking about. And if you were to join INEX today, you have to fill out a Word document as your application form, which is very, very naff. So we do want to build in a provisioning pipeline into IXP Manager. So how you add members, provision ports. And when we do that, what we're going to do is look at the IX API because that work's already done, and it could make sense that we use that as the pipeline.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Will, taking my Romand IX hat here. So we are one of the bad users of IXP Manager in the sense that we couldn't upgrade because time. And so we are running a terribly old version, 4.9 something. And so my question would be for small IXP who didn't got the time to go and do the very upgrades, would it be more clever for us to go and just reinstall all the thing there from scratch? Because I suspect that upgrading from an old version, now that 7 is coming up, maybe it would make more sense.
You know, I don't need to tell you this, but you know yourself, when you fall very far behind, it gets very difficult because you may need intermediary versions of PHP. So depending how many members you have, it might be easier to just do it from scratch. But if you want to talk to me afterwards, I might be able to help with some of our tool chains to upgrade. The main thing you need is the database migrations. So if we can help with that, we certainly try.
Yeah, it was mostly because I also heard that some other IXPs were running older version and maybe they didn't pay attention as much as we did. So yeah, it's a good thing to know. And my second question is like, so there is ways for like people to support that project also. So we can go and do that. You've got the links on the website, or
Exactly. On icmanager.org, there's a sponsorship section. So yeah, please go there. And yeah, we now have a full-time developer that's being sponsored out of the existing funds we have, but we do need to go and find some new funding.
okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much for that.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Barry. So for the next topic, we're going to have Max Stucchi telling us about blocking and censorship the Italian internet for football reasons. And that's a presentation that I personally looking forward to listen to.
So you're setting your expectations high.
The expectations are very high, Max. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So first of all, this is something I decided to write because I was a spectator on the side. I don't live in Italy. I haven't been living in Italy for a while, but I keep following the ITNOG Telegram group, and there were a lot of discussions there, and people kept complaining, and so I built my own view of the thing. And on the other side, I'm also a very big football fan, so I'm unhappy on that side. I used to be a football referee, so I was part of the whole game. And we all love it, right? We all love football. Yes, we do. Well, actually, one day I should join Freddy at one of the Winterthur matches. Yes. Okay. So this is a story that starts from what people have reverse engineered, being a very small group of very influential people. And one of them was really called out. He's actually the owner of a football team. And when I was telling this story a few days ago to someone, they mentioned, why is it always with Italian rich people who own football teams that something bad happens? And I don't know. I have no idea. But things can easily go wrong, all in the name of football. And that's the part of football that I didn't like. I like the game. I don't like the rest. So I started imagining a conversation that might have happened some time ago, because the problem at the source is, how can we avoid having people watching illegal streaming online, which is something I fully understand. So imagine someone sending a WhatsApp message or Telegram, hey, we have a problem. People are watching our streamed games illegally. They're not paying for the services. We need to do something. So I have an idea. Give me 10 minutes. I asked my IT experts here. We can force the ISPs to block those sites. We can do that. Don't worry. People won't be able to watch those matches anymore. So excellent. Looking forward to recover our losses and create more jobs. Because the idea they had in mind, and we'll see that in a bit, is that it would add 1.7 billion euros to somewhere and 9,000 jobs. So it all started July 2023. I put some screenshots where you can see it was voted by basically unanimously by everyone, both chamber and senate in Italy. So the law went through, and what does it say? ISPs are forced to block fully qualified domain names and IP addresses as told by authorities. There's a keyword here, IP addresses, where the illegal activity is the sole activity. And you see there's an asterisk because, well, things will change later. The blocks need to happen in 30 minutes. Sorry? Well, they need to happen in 20 minutes. So who's in charge of defining the blocks? Copyright holders. So The AGCOM, that's the General Agency for Communications, is in charge of providing, it was put in charge of providing a platform to do this. So what is the platform? The platform was actually written by, I put here a branch of, it's a legal counseling organization, it's a lawyer's office, which had a small branch, and they, with I think 5 employees, I was told, and they built this website, this system, and then they donated in front of a lawyer to AGCOM, to the government, basically. It was initially built to support 18,000 domain names. And why, would you ask? Well, it was put in the, it was basically a number they came up with. Random. We don't know where it came from. ISPs requested that, okay. And ISPs needed to build then their own solution to query this system, figure out what needed to be blocked in that. The problem was the specifications kept changing. So there were lots of discussions about, hey, which version of the specifications do you have? Or people would wake up in the morning saying, hey, I saw there's a different response to this API request. What do you guys see? There was a testing platform where apparently not all the ISPs got access to. So some of them had to go directly in production with it. So it was what it was. But this platform is a ticketing system. And copyright holders have access to create these tickets. They can contain addresses and or domain names. ISPs query the system, they build their blocks, blah, 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 and don't forget, this needs to be done in 30 minutes. So you have this pressure all the time. But the point was, can you remove these blocks? Well, not really. So the initial setup said, there's a block that gets put in. If no one complains in 5 days, done. That address stays on the list. We cannot remove it. We're sorry. So you can imagine easily what this could lead to. You have IP addresses that will never be able to be used again anymore to provide service to Italian people. There are some exceptions. In some cases, some of the blocks were removed at one point, but very few exceptions. So we had some bumps in the road because, of course, you can imagine with such a powerful system that's in the hands of third parties, it wasn't even a month after it was put in place that, well, Cloudflare made it into the list, just an IP address, and a few thousand websites, well, basically were blocked in the whole of the country. And the response from the agency in charge of the platform was like, yeah, but this is minor, don't worry, it's okay. It's fine, don't worry, it's all okay. Then ZenLayer made it into the list. In a few months, that grew to 17,000 entries. So it was close to, remember, the limit of 18,000. And here we are. So the problem is, how can you complain about this list? Hey, you can't. Well, maybe. And yes. So people complained because, of course, imagine you were using Cloudflare as the CDN for your website, and suddenly the most frequent used example is the Piadine shop in Italy, where it's like a very simple customer with a very simple website, which doesn't care really who the provider is, but they want their website to be online, and suddenly the website is not online anymore. And how can you complain? There isn't really a procedure to do that. So people started sending, there's a special system in Italy that's the certified electronic email, started sending them, but as far as people know, they never got a reply. So that it is, and there is no formal way to do that. You can probably try going to court, but we all know that the small shop owner whose website isn't reachable anymore from the whole country will not take probably someone to court because they don't even know who to take to court. So Next step is they'll move to another ISP probably. Is the list public? Can we actually look at the list and see? No, you can't. There were people who tried supplying Freedom of Information Act requests, and the response was denied. Like, no, we can't show it to you. We can't give you the list because of security matters. So, nope, we can't. So it's there. ISPs can see it, but they also have a mandate not to provide it further. Now, on the same thing, the source code is not available for the main platform, even though it's supposedly public domain. At one point, one leaked on GitHub, well, there was a GitHub repository where they claimed it was that source code, but there's no full certainty that it's that one, because no one has ever seen that. It was. Well, there's no full certainty. We know it probably is, most likely is. So the next step was, okay, as you can guys imagine, this wasn't successful. So people were still watching illegal streaming, and actually the traffic was even going up. So, you know, we promised 9,400 new jobs. It's not happening. 1.7 billion euros, not happening. So we can be more aggressive. I have a great proposal coming up, and excellent was the response here. So what was the new proposal? It was a new law and regulation, October 2024. The changes, now IP addresses need to be used predominantly for illegal purposes. So it doesn't have to be the sole activity anymore. If they're used predominantly for something illegal, then they can make it into the list. There is an official concept for the unblocking now, which was not present previously. Now here are the two most important things though. VPN and DNS providers are also now subject to applying filtering. And it doesn't matter if you're a foreign entity. If you're a foreign entity, you have to nominate a legal person in Italy they can talk to apply this filtering. And I can't imagine, so I told you I don't live in Italy, I live abroad. I am not going to put my name on a list there too, so we're, whatever. So, but here's the most important one to pay attention to. If an ISP has any suspicion of any illegal activity related to this coming from one of their customers, they have to go to the police or they risk 1 year in jail. And that's it. So, but then this led to October 19th. I don't know if you can read it up there. Can you read the URL on top? So, on October 19th, one of the copyright holders decided that Google Drive was bad. And so it was put into the list of domain names that were blocked in the country. So at 7 p.m. around 7 p.m. on a Saturday, that was the lucky part, on a Saturday, someone put Google Drive as a bad actor into this list. And of course, no one in Italy, because remember the concept that these blocks have to happen in half an hour, so by 7:30 in that evening, no one was able to access Google Drive, well, without a VPN. The speculation is that there was a list somewhere published on Google Drive with the list of streaming websites you could use to watch the game that was going to happen soon after that. The block was removed actually after midnight, but there are reports. So there's Giorgio Bonfiglio who made some RIPE Atlas measurements, and I'll get back to RIPE Atlas in a moment, to verify which ISPs were still blocking, and some of them removed the blocks like 40 hours later. So, this, of course, led to plenty of discussions, because people realized, wait a minute, what do we have here? We have this system that allows someone we don't know, because it, of course, blocking Google Drive made it into the main newspapers in Italy, and people realized we have something wrong and we need to fix it, of course. On the other hand, from the government, the words we all heard everything's fine. As you could see, the system works because it blocked stuff. No worries. Yeah, it blocked. Wrong now. So what is the situation now? There's a Imperva and Capsula who have some IP addresses on the lists, and I didn't put it here, but there's a list of Italian banks who actually make use of that. The list now is still about 17,000 entries long, but the total, counting even the unblocked ones, is 25,000. And 6,000 IP addresses are on the list out of 8,000 total. Now, there's a tiny little detail. What have I not mentioned so far? There's no IPv6 that has been blocked. There's no IPv6 has been blocked. So, well, this might be a reason to implement IPv6 for Italian ISPs. There were other small bumps in the road. I was told so Marco told me that actually it's a couple of ISPs in Italy. So imagine you have to show a block page that has a specific series of sentences told by the government, but turns out that in a way the blocked page, like the URL of this or the IP address of this block page, also made it into the blocking list. And we called it inception blocking because the website is blocked and the blocking page is blocked. Whatever. There was a big question, like, how did no one figure out that Google Drive, like a service used by a large number of people in the country, made it into that list? It means that someone had no idea what they were doing, and we don't know who these were. And on top of that, we would need to have a list of critical infrastructure that's not going to make it into this list ever. And one of the commissary from Agicom said, well, yes, we do have, we keep calling it a whitelist because, Italians, and we have a whitelist, but Google never participated in any meeting with us, so we didn't add them to the whitelist because they didn't communicate with us. So whatever. But now they're just trying to force them to join a working group, and actually there are rumors that the government is trying to sue them. And we're all holding our popcorns for that. What is the shiny future ahead, though? There is apparently a new platform in the works because this one works so well that we need a new one. And this is something that I had not considered initially. I told you that there was a person that was doing measurements to figure out when a resource would be unblocked. But do you remember that I told you that in the new law, there is a reference that says, there's a part that says that if you ISP see someone that's doing something potentially illegal, you have to report them or you can go to jail. Now, if I host a RIPE Atlas probe and someone is running tests to see if a resource is blocked, potentially my ISP could be reporting me. So people have started turning off their RIPE Atlas probes, saying, well, I don't want to have that in my house. So that's a side effect I had not considered myself. And now operators are, of course, left with more questions. So this is the story. I needed a little bit of help from a bunch of people because I don't have insights into being an ISP in Italy. So here's the list of people that helped. It doesn't include Marco because he didn't want to be included, but thank you, Marco, as well. And this is it. We still have a couple of minutes for questions.
We're still good on time for questions, but please give an applause for Max.
Thank you.
And let's go to our audience for questions, please.
Tom Strix, Cloudflare. Thanks, first of all, for talking about this, because it's probably the first time I've seen anyone talk about this. Note, this is absolute fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I decided to do it because I don't live in the country. So
yeah, that
I
makes
have a little bit more
problem.
freedom.
Yeah. So my question is, you pointed this out earlier that, first of all, the IP address needed to be used only for illegal streaming and then predominantly for illegal streaming.
Yep.
How is that? Is there any enforcement there, or is it literally just hoping that the rights holder go, pinky swear this is only used for streaming, or is there any form of formal validation done?
No.
Cool.
So as far as I know, but maybe Marco can tell you a little bit more, but there is no. When I tell you that they put Google Drive there as a resource that needed to be blocked, how can you rely on the same people or the same infrastructure to give you more transparency? So yeah, no, there is nothing publicly that I know of that gives you any of that data.
Cool. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Hi, Sylvan here from Open Factory. I'm wondering, as this list is not public that you were saying, could we probably reverse engineer this from providers' looking glass servers where they probably do some host routes? And at least sounds like the Italian software is not as bullshit as the country you're living at, because that block list is a PDF.
Yeah, I get that, but yeah, maybe Marco.
I can answer to that. There is a public oracle run by, I think, some researchers at the university that you can use to check if a resource is blocked or not. Other than that, it's hard, I think, to get the full list, but ask any friendly Italian ISPs and they will be happy to leak it, I think.
maybe go in the background.
Yeah.
Because some people are waiting.
Thanks, Max, for this great talk on Great Firewall of China. I think here the main problem is that they keep saying an IP should be mostly used for piracy, and you should block an IP because it's mostly used for piracy. There is no way in the world to prove that an IP is used for a single service. So it's the law itself that is broken.
Yep. Well, it's broken in many, many, many parts. Like people have written posts and tweeted about how broken it is. On the other hand, you get a wall from the government and the agencies saying, well, it's fine. We can. This is it. That's what we have, and we're going to use that.
Thanks.
Okay.
Maybe to Radu.
Hello, Radu Ferdinand from SEX. So the thing is obviously bad, but why are you somebody from outside Italy doing this presentation? Why isn't some Italian ISP? Is it illegal at that point?
No, it's not.
And
I mean, it's about taking initiative. It's just that, and I think people just didn't think about it or they didn't have time. So
because since it's going on for almost 1 year, there should be massive.
There have been presentations in Italy about that. I did some, other operators did others. It's just what it is.
It's, yeah, very sad.
Yeah.
Because there is something to be done about it.
Yeah.
Called maximum damage, for example. Turn the system against itself until it blows. But yeah,
so
there needs an initiative to be done.
You know, when they were going to introduce the new regulation, I think that was the CTO of Google Italy or some director of Google Italy. They posted, like, if you push us to send all our suspicions to the police, here's the number we have that we're going through these days, and it's about 10 million cases just in Italy. So, do you want us to send all of them to the courts? And then we can do that. But yeah. Freddie?
Thanks for the talk. I'm not referring to the PDF in our country, which is kind of silly. But the question is, what happens if an ISP doesn't obey? I mean, apparently this law is contradictory to the Constitution, which says censorship is certainly not allowed in your country. And so if, well...
well, now it is allowed.
the question is the constitution above the law or the other way around, like in Switzerland? But
yeah.
Yes. So if you don't, if you in Switzerland, it's like this. If you don't apply the PDF, Silvan was mentioning, you can ask for a was heißt das, Verfügung, for an order.
Yeah.
An order you can apply to the court.
Yeah.
And since they know it, they didn't send the order yet. So
as far as I know, there were well, Marco.
I want to say that this started in 2006. This is nothing new. It just has been an escalation. When we first started talking about this last platform, it was obvious that this battle would be lost. Broadcasting rights for football in Italy are worth about 1 billion euro per year. This is massive and is much more than what ISPs can do. So this was from the start a losing battle. On the other hand, I believe that ISPs should have fought it, and they did not. This is nothing new. This kind of censorship in Italy started in 2006 with gambling websites. Then it was kiddie porn. Then it was something else again. Every time Italian ISPs said, okay, we will do that. It's annoying, but we are going to do that so that they won't bother us anymore with other things. And guess what? Every time there were other things. This started with DNS blocking, and now we have near real-time IP blocking. What's next? We don't know, but we should have said from the beginning to politicians that internet blocking does not work, cannot work. It's not working in China or in Russia. It's not going to work in Europe either. Thank you.
Just a small remark. I would like to close the microphones in 2 minutes. So if you guys have any last questions, this is your time. In 2 minutes, we close the queue.
I would like just to mention that in this country, we also have a PDF.
Okay,
Zbigniew Pospíchal, Pantcom, to hear from Czechia. We also have a PDF with the list. We have DNS blocking, and such a case has been at the Constitution Court, and the Constitution Court said that such a blocking is not a censorship.
Okay, hello, I'm Christian. I'm from Italy, and I'm from Namex. So hello, everybody. I just want to show you something that maybe we are not always saying enough. This was a law from the parliament, not just from the government, and there is no one lawmaker against the law, no one. We had the occasion to speak with people at the opposition, and they say, the principle there is right. It's just the application wrong. And, you know, this means that there is a huge hole of culture about internet, about our world in the parliament. And this has big consequences because lawmakers, also the opposition, think that piracy is something to fight. And they think that their principles are always right because if they say in front of the people that they are against piracy, they get votes. It doesn't matter if they are from the right or from the left. This is for them a principle. We have to be more talkative to people from, lawmakers everywhere, because this is not finishing in a well way. That Saturday was really a mess when Google Drive didn't work in Italy. It was during football matches, of course, so it was like Saturday night. But we had a lot of discussions with other people in Italy, and there are hospitals that use IP addresses. There are a lot of important infrastructures. So it could be very, very wrong in the near future. So we need the help of everyone to be more loud into this, to go to the European Parliament and to share this thing, because it's not just like a technical thing, it's just like vital thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max. One last round of applause to Max, guys, please. Thank you. So for the next session, we have Paul as the host, because he's going to do a panel discussion with some very nice guys. One of them is Tom from Cloudflare, and the other one is Theo from Interlink. I would like to invite the panelists over here on stage. And Paul is going to moderate it.
Hello all. I'd like to have a discussion with you and these people on stage about the communication between exchanges, their members, communication between the members, because a lot of things have changed in the peering world. The first modern exchange started around 32 years ago. That was May East, I think. At the time, exchanges only had 5 or 10, maybe 15 members who all knew each other, often came from an academic background. They used tools like IRC to talk between them. They often had each other's phone numbers. You could actually call someone if there was an operational problem on the exchange. But nowadays, the largest exchange has almost 3,000 members, and they're not sharing their phone numbers anymore. And some of us run networks who are on more than 100 exchanges, like one iron, or 200 or 300 exchanges or more. So we need modern tools to communicate about things like outages, planned maintenances, new locations, new port speeds, renumbering of exchanges, because exchanges do renumber. A /24 is not big enough for your peering VLAN, at least for some exchanges. Half of the exchanges in the world actually have fewer than 15 members still. But there are big ones. Most of the big European exchanges are near 1,000 members. So there's a lot of communication that needs to be done. Question for the guys on stage here. Outages and planned maintenances. Are you happy with the way these get communicated by the exchanges? And do you see differences in the way exchanges communicate with you? Do they do good things? Do they do bad things?
We're pretty happy with that. At the end of the day, from our perspective, like you mentioned, we're on a lot of internet exchanges. Most of the time we don't notice because we have automation in place. So the automation takes care of most of anything, really. So if there's an outage or even a planned maintenance, our systems will automatically disable the internet exchange and then re-enable the internet exchange 6 hours after whatever perturbance we noticed. So at that point, the only thing we generally truly care about is if it's an extended outage and we get yelled at from other members, for example, that our peering session is still down because in one way or another there was some split horizon on the peering LAN, things like that. That's when we care, but those are few and far between. So at the end of the day, any communication is better than no communication. And that's basically it from our side, really.
I think the challenge that we see is the differences in IXPs and how they handle maintenances. So we have IXPs that are very well automated in a sense. There's standardized maintenance announcements that we can easily ingest, but then there's other IXPs that do not. So I think that is one of the main challenges that I think will come up in a couple of more questions that you will ask, that there's no homogeneous landscape around IXPs and how they handle maintenance especially. So that's the main challenge we see across different regions especially.
Yeah, it's interesting that you call the automation of processing of maintenance notifications. There actually is a standard for that called MaintNote, where you get a standardized email saying things like when the maintenance will be done, when it will be over, in what time zone it is, what location it refers to. I did talk to quite a few networks that are on many exchanges and asked them in advance of this meeting to share their comments with me. And one which I got from the large content networks, which are all over the world, was that the notifications often didn't clearly say in which country the thing occurred. And these large networks have got a European team and a North American team and a South American team and an Asian team. And it takes them ages to find out what exchange it actually, which exchange it actually is that's going to do the maintenance. And many exchanges do not use the same name for themselves as registered in PeeringDB.
And also something I logged in this morning to most of our IXP portals to check what the latest status is. And one of the major IXPs that were connected in Europe, where we have exactly one port with one session that is apparently, or the IXP is apparently fully automated, is showing 3 services in their portal for us, which 3 are live apparently. And there is a lack of data, of accurate data from our point of view, in even IXP databases, or not IXP Manager as a product, but in IXP portals, that is also leading to inaccurate data when it comes to maintenance as well. Yeah, because we don't have those 3 services, but we still get notified for those 3.
Weird. New member, sorry, the presentation doesn't go to the next slide. Yeah. Some exchanges actually do notify you when they got a new member or a member leaves. Do we want this information? Do you use it?
Yeah, we definitely do. At least the new member notifications. The old member notifications, or the member has disconnected notifications, aren't super valuable, because if the IXP is operating in a decent fashion, they will sinkhole the IP address, and our BGP sessions will go down. And again, automation will prune the BGP session. So at that point, again, don't really care. New members definitely do care. We are, after all, a network that wants to connect with as many members as possible. So knowing that a new network has turned up on the Internet Exchange, even if we peer with them on another LAN in the same metro, still very important for us to have that redundancy and to make sure that we have those members. So yeah, the new member mailings are definitely appreciated. They're not always the most helpful. Sometimes it literally just states, well, there's a new member. Okay, what's the IP address? Be nice to know. Or like, what's the communication? Or it's like, how do we interact with this network? Those kind of things would be very helpful.
Yeah. Do you think that mailing list is the right tool to communicate this?
I think yes and no. So the mailing list from some point there's a good reason why it exists. However, what we see is that we get tired of reading what's on the mailing list because there's either way too much communication around topics that are not operationally relevant, or there's way too little. And also regarding kind of members that left IXPs, what we do or do more is just de-peering or just removing the sessions when they're idle for like 2 weeks. We just do not communicate anymore because we see that most of the communication that we do goes into a black hole. So there's no response. We try and Signal or on Telegram or wherever, and there's just nobody answering. So that's I think something where communication is not working out the way we would like to see that on IXPs.
Thanks. There's some other things regarding to mailing lists that I want to discuss with you. Do you want the exchanges to provide you with multiple accounts, multiple roles, different email addresses to send you maintenance notifications, a different one for general chat between the members? Do you want to have role accounts? Do you want to have personal accounts?
Yeah, definitely. I think this ties into a wider ask, really, that would be really nice to have, and that we don't really see in the ecosystem today is single sign-on. It's not really relevant to the conversation we're having right now, but For most big companies, they use an identity provider, be that Google, be that PeeringDB, be that any other kind of roll your own.
Microsoft probably.
For example. And then having the ability to use single sign-on with groups and everything associated with that would be a massive relief for bigger companies like us. So that in general is definitely an ask, and then from that comes roles and individual accounts. As far as mailing lists is concerned, yes, the more mailing lists, the better. Honestly, the main thing for that is having at least a separate mailing list between new members, for example, a tech mailing list and a general discussion mailing list. Those should be the minimum 3 required mailing lists that an internet exchange has. And there should be active moderation to ensure that people stick to it. And then the 4th requirement should be that no ticketing system is allowed to subscribe to the mailing list.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Can we stop doing that? That'd be great.
Thanks.
And I think also to add to that, and I fully agree with the ticket systems, of course, is that I think the contact data that most of the IXPs have is, and that's not their fault, I guess, it's pretty inaccurate. So we see a lot of communication going, as I said, to a dead end, or the relevant operational people not being available on the mailing list. So, I mean, I'm personally asked on Telegram groups regularly, do we have a contact at that ASN, that ASN, that ASN? And I think most of the IXPs maybe have that data in their CRM system. So it would be really nice if the IXP could maybe disclose to whatever GDPR grade that is possible with us, okay, who are the contact people at a provider, at an ASN that we can contact, and not just sending an email to the mailing list saying, hey, can please somebody from someone reach out to us? I think there's a lot of kind of improvement in communication that we could do, and I think the data is there as well.
Thanks. One of the other things I wanted to bring up is that in some places we still get emails saying, we've got a new prefix, we got a new downstream ASN. Do we actually need this in this day and age?
No. Absolutely not. I am aware for, I think especially within this community, it should absolutely be no. But we're present in some other regions, especially within APAC, for example, or Latin America, where the incorporation of IRR-based prefix lists or prefix filtering isn't fully incorporated yet, let alone the RPKI. In those cases, I can understand why, but I expect better from certain internet exchanges that won't be named, that are headquartered in Germany, that they would try to enforce a better policy, which they're currently not doing in India specifically. So in India, they are still very happily communicating, please update your prefix list. Oh, if you want the route servers to update their prefix list, please send us an email. That needs to stop, or that needs to go away, but I fully understand why that's still very much a thing. We don't use them. Like they instantly, like you said, they go into the bin. We don't
use them either.
We don't use them, but I get why they exist, but we should probably make sure that they stop.
Yeah, especially in Japan, it's quite quite often that we still get all these messages, but also see it in Italy, and that surprises me. People in Italy should know how to update the right database and have ROAS and filter sets and.
But I think also the IXP that you mentioned has a very positive thing. It has a looking glass that shows rejected prefixes, for example, but nobody takes care of that. So there could be an option to just like, hey, this prefix is being rejected, please look into it. There could be automation around like prefixes are not being accepted by route servers, for example, that help addressing the same issue, like updating filters and making sure that prefixes are accepted. And I think there is a database that is pretty good, and the filtering, at least in Germany, works pretty well. So yeah, that could be something to pick up.
Thanks. I would like to ask people in the room to come up to the mics and tell about their experiences with communication, with exchanges.
I just want to say that MINAP in Italy has that automation, and we routinely report filtered prefixes and why.
I think one thing that I noticed this morning as well when I looked through the portals is also that none of the IX, or not none, but I think none of the IXs that we're connected to, for example, let you check light levels in the portal. And only less than half of them allows you to check errors on interfaces on the portal. So there is, I think, a lot of stuff that you can put into like the hands of the user as well to figure out, hey, what's wrong with the IXP? Not just prefixes rejected, but other stuff as well.
Hello, Michel with Lukix. So an internet exchange, not a member connected to. There was talk about the mailing lists, and this is a strange topic because you're complaining that sometimes there is uninteresting chatter. I'd like to add that some of the big ones contribute to that. Reply to all with the mail that went to the mailing list announcing a maintenance, and then one of the big ones answering the ticketing system of the other big one. Can you please confirm your IP address? That's exactly what we do not want to have. So to all the big ones that have their help centers in some low-wage countries, please educate your people to not do reply to all, please. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hi, Stefan from Interlink. I would have a question for IXPs as well. Is like at DKIX, for example, you have the ability to download the IXF files, so the JSON with all the members. So you don't need actually email announcements that you have a new member because you can download the JSON file and just work on it, right? Usually those JSON files exist, so this is a standard. They are included in PeeringDB. But as a member or someone who's not in PeeringDB, you actually have no access to those files. So I know that DKIX is offering this. They call it a participant lists, but it's the same file. On most internet exchanges, you don't have access to that. So I'd like to see that actually from all the IXPs. And about the role accounts, we just had a conversation with Espanix in Spain. And they actually do not allow role accounts because this violates some local whatever rule. So they disallow this. And yeah, please do not subscribe to external outsourced NOC to mailing lists because this sucks. You know, you have the daily, what's your circuit ID, whatever requests, and that's why no one reads the emails anymore.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Leo from Hispanics. Okay, I just wanted to clarify this is something we have to do, and this limitation is related to the access to the customer portal, not the mailing list. Actually, in the mailing list, we prefer to have NOC at, but to access the customer portal, because of the NIS2, you cannot have role emails.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more person coming up.
Question coming up on the microphone.
Patrick Busman, Akamai. Guilty of at least someone having reply all to mailing lists bigger than 10 times today. Radical opposition to at least half of this. I think we should change. We should go away from mailing lists. I would love to see no mailing list needed to this at all. If we can get the information systematically in a standard way where we can query this, let's get rid of them. Let's use them for communication, for discussion, for events, for meetings, for socials, whatever, not for announcements, please. And on a realistic side, we're not going to get rid of people reply all to them. It's like we hire more people in NOCs than I can educate on a daily basis. And even if I would see that as my day job, that would not be possible. There's an easy fix. Announce only email addresses for maintenance. No one can reply all to that. There's no reason why you need to do reply to an announcement for maintenance.
I think when you can define a specific IP address, email address where you want to receive your maintenance notifications, then the mailing list software of the exchange should automatically drop any replies that it gets, all of them.
Absolutely, agree.
I'd like to add that I fully agree, but I'm trying to be pragmatic in a way that it's possible for Akamai, it's possible for Cloudflare, it's possible for Interlink, it's possible for a lot of the bigger folks to write systems and tooling around whatever automated endpoint that exists from an IXP. Maybe something that IXP manager exposes, be that something else. I'm cognizant enough that the internet as a whole consists of a lot of meow meow networks that may or may not be interested in writing automation around these systems. And for those, the mailing list still makes sense. So yes, it'd be great if we didn't, but we probably should.
The microphone.
Rob from Lonap.
Maybe you can come a little bit closer.
Sorry, the idea of standardization of maintenance notifications, all that thing. Somebody did actually try to do this. I think it was 2002. I think we tried again in 2005. We tried again in like 2008. And it's just like, you're never going to get the whole world to agree that this particular subject has to be in the email. But a nice idea, but I can't think how practically we're going to do it. Mailing lists and things like that. I think from our point of view, it's quietly evolved from what was a discussion group of one relatively small number of participants to now quite a big list, which is not a lot of discussion happens on it, but it's used as sort of announcements and that kind of thing. We have this every now and then, well, should we split this up? Do we make an announce-only list? Don't know. Everyone seems to have forgotten how email is supposed to actually work, and the headers that are in there on the mailing list, your ticketer should actually respect the headers. I added a reply to header for a reason. I added the list headers for a reason. And if your ticketer is now doing the wrong thing, and I've blocked pretty much most of these now anyway, because there's quite a lot of really quite stupid ticketers out there that really, because people just don't know how headers and emails and how it actually is meant to work. So I just filter out now if somebody does do the reply, or well, we just look at the headers. How many headers are, okay, I'm going to moderate this now, because if you send it only to the list and we know who you are, fine. If you send it to a whole bunch of other people and to the, okay, I'm going to automatically moderate that now because it's kind of annoying. I don't know. I would be interested to see what other exchanges do. I think culturally it works differently at different exchanges, because we use IXP Manager, and the way it's kind of set up is quite specific to INEX, because that's the way they do things, and it didn't work for LONAP. I was like, this isn't the way LONAP does it, so we did a different thing to make it work with how we do things. IXP Manager is great, but some of the stuff seems to have become a bit of a global standard, or you decide not to use that bit of IXP Manager. Well, we're not going to use the data for that. But so kind of a hard one to get consensus on. Whether we get standardized maintenance calendars and that kind of thing. I think we did try it. And we got exchanges, but we're just blocking every single maintenance, like, oh, we're just going to block every single maintenance now, every Wednesday for the next 10 years. So we can never do any maintenance at the same. So it's kind of, well, okay, how does that work? And how long do you get to, how long maintenance window do you get? And does that mean we can't do any maintenance at the same time as some of the, so it sounds nice, but I don't know if we'll get there. But stupid ticketers are stupid. Maybe a bit of training in a NOC about what an IXP is, because we see quite often somebody looks it up by IP address, then emails us and says, oh, well, the sessions are down, and why is this like? No, go and look it up by AS. So that's a bit of maybe a training thing about
what an IXP is?
Yeah, let's not start with this discussion because I have some interesting stories to share, and we're gonna finish in 2.
Yeah.
I've seen other NOCs that have been outsourced and then come back, and after a maintenance window they say, "Hey, I'm6, we see our BGP session is up, and why don't you send us a full BGP table after the maintenance?" I said, I mean, bro, it's an IXP connection. You're connected to route servers. Why do you expect a full table? But anyway, that's a different story. We can have a whole different discussion on that. Rob?
So not such a question, but
yeah, okay. I would like to go to the next participant.
There's someone in the back as well at the microphone.
Oh, Radu, yes. Sorry, I didn't see you. There's a big queue over there.
Yeah. So is it possible to get all those wishes written down somewhere?
I'm going to work on that.
I think our beloved colleagues
please.
from Ripen CC are keeping some notes somewhere in the background, so maybe we can have those notes and work on that later.
Not only what has been discussed today, but generally what people do expect. So now you have your Cloudflare and yeah.
I did interview quite a few people before this, and I'll watch back the recordings and write something up. Yes.
I wanted, Marcos and Thekix, I wanted to agree with what Robert said because he just hit the point. It's about the format. It's not about the transport. In fact, I'm against getting rid of mailing lists. Some people might want to have something transported via mailing list because it's low barrier entry, and you said it. Some people don't have the possibility to implement some fancy REST endpoint. As a matter of fact, a fancy REST endpoint is completely useless, or I mean, it's not the perfect use case for start querying when it's going to happen a maintenance. So there might be more appropriate transports. What we are lacking at the moment is some proper specification to announce this information.
I see a new working group coming up.
Yeah, it's like taking my Roman IX hat again. So what I see is that we could probably, I hear the education part from Patrick, that was really a good part, and we should probably remind people that thing moved a bit in nodes and so on, and say, okay, we don't need to go to the length of like announcing new prefixes and so on, just like inform the people, by the way, that was in the past. Now we've got this thing automated. You don't need to do that anymore. And if we inform the people, maybe then the traffic on the mailing list will get a bit lower. We don't need maintenance, or we want maintenance, whatever. That's another topic. But then we can have a new way to push things with the people. So we just might want to, well, once we've got something aggregated, we could go and push that a bit. Like that's maybe a consensus or something we can go and push to the NOGs, and then we will have we'll be moving the community in this way. And I think that's something we should follow up on the mailing list.
Thank you.
Stefan.
Yeah, one more remark. I'm not at an IXP. I think most of you on stage are not at an IXP, but there are lots of IXPs in the room. My question would be, can you take those questions, suggestions, whatever, and take this to EuroX, for example? Maybe you have working groups at EuroX and can discuss things on a broader level, because Connect WG might be a place to discuss this from a customer standpoint or from a user standpoint, but people from IXPs meet on a different level, and maybe they can work on this together.
I think this panel discussion from Paul is an excellent panel discussion to initiate this subject, and you know, people raise concerns and think, okay, maybe we need to move forward to something more modern. So, but definitely we should follow up in a, I'd say, close user group in a task force something, and come up with something with some regulation, not regulation, but something more standard, let's say, a new modern standardized way, some guidelines that we will try to follow. I think we should go like that now. We have another question at the back.
Yeah, just a comment, Narani Nimpuno, because I'm the chair of the board of the EuroIX, so I thought I would respond. And just a general comment to start with, because I also work for an IXP. You know, I think it's always very useful to hear this, you know, feedback, but I think we also recognize that the communities are quite diverse. There are a lot of people with very strong opinions about, you know, how we should communicate with our members, but they're not always homogenous. It's not always consistent. So, you know, I think for IXPs, it's also very much about listening to their membership and trying to adjust to, you know, what the various views in the membership are. And then just commenting on the EURIX part, again, you know, at EURIX, we very much welcome these types of discussions, and we have these, you know, what we call customer panels where we invite different, you know, customers of IXPs to come and provide that input. We don't really see it as a role to regulate or come up with standards or say everyone needs to communicate this way. But I think those types of discussions are super helpful and interesting to have at EURIXs, but have them in your IXP community as well, right? If you're a member of a certain IXP community, go to those member meetings and express your views there. But absolutely, you're welcome to come and provide your insights at the EURIX meetings. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to close the microphones.
Yep, I think we can.
We can close it, Paul.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you very much. A big applause for Paul and our beloved panelists, Theo and Tom. And I would like to invite Will for the closure of this working group session.
So I think we're just 20 seconds over time, something like that. So I will not retain you so much here much more long, because you need to go back to your coffee. I would like to thank you, everyone. Thank everyone that woke up this morning and that came to this session, because we know that we had like a rough night yesterday. I would like to remind everyone that we really appreciate if you rate the talks, because that will help us see what you did like and didn't like. And I would like also to apologize, because I think we had like a miscommunication with one of our panelists, and so he couldn't be there here and so on. And so that's fine. So apologize to Remco for the miscommunication. And for the rest, I think I will tell you that we will see you all in Lisbon. Thank you very much.
hello everybody. Can we please put the slides of the open source here so that everybody knows exactly? We are slowly getting in the room, looking for a place to sit. So, yes, I start, right? Yeah, yes. Okay, okay.
This is the open source working group. So you're in the right room. It's the most important session of this RIPE. Just find a spot, sit down.
Yeah. Let's start. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this RIPE's open source working group session. I am Sasha Romain. This is Martin Winter, Marco Sanz, and we are your chairs for this session. We're going to start, I'll take you through the agenda to start with, that you've also seen on the list. The minutes of the last session have also been posted on the list, and we have received no comments, so we'll take those as approved unless someone objects. Our second point is going to be the new chair selection that we've discussed on the mailing list as well. Then we will have leveraging Vagrant to simulate complex systems for network application development by Barry O'Donovan. After that, PiranhaBGP failure detection in BGP networks by Pascal Gloor. Are you actually in the room, Pascal? Anyone see Pascal? Also has not uploaded his slides yet, so someone is cutting it very close. If he doesn't show up on time, we'll shift the order around a bit and do our lightning talks first. And our lightning talks. We have, oh, you updated the agenda. We have 3 lightning talks, CRA and open source projects by August. So August, if Pascal is not here on time, we'll move you up by a little bit. The Green Tech Hackathon announcement by Vesna and using Yang for code generation by Maria. That is our agenda. The minutes from last time were posted and no one seems to have any comments, so we'll take those as approved. Good. Then the first agenda point is the results of the co-chair selection, and it's Martin who's going to do an announcement about it.
So yeah, so we had a chair election again, as you probably are aware. Every fall, we basically announce 2 months before the meeting that we are open for new chairs. I'm happy we found something new, which also meant that I finally stepped down and we have a new chair, Marco Ditri, who is somewhere here. Come up here so people can see you. So Marco is, you probably know him, you probably have seen him. I don't know how many RIPE meetings he attended in the past. He's well known, he's a great Debian developer, so he knows the open source. And I'm really happy that he stepped up there. So he will be in the future take the front row seat to the open source, which I'm giving up. So yes, if you ever consider being a chair, keep in mind you get the front row seat like reserved for you on every session. There, like, so it's really worthwhile to do that. So thank you, Marco.
Thank you.
So yeah, so for the ones who not around that long, you may have remembered that this working group was started at actually at long time back at RIPE 65 when I wanted a bit more talk about open source. And I started with Andre Philip, and he talked with Bird. At that time, I talked with Quagga. There was no working group, so we started as a BORF. And then at the second BORF at RIPE 66, I was told, like, you can't just do BORF every single time to the same topic. So how about you start the working group? And RIPE 66 at the end, we started the working group, and I'm chair since the beginning. We had a bit interesting years. We didn't have that many working group, like people applying for working group chairs. So it turned out that Andre just left us about a few years back. And now I finally, as we got a third chair and an excellent candidate, it was obvious for me that now I make this time there, hand it over. So I'm very happy on that part. And I'm looking forward to the future. I think we had interesting talks. We got a lot of developers in there. There's a very strong open source community here. We had a lot of talks about projects. We had a lot of talks about failed projects. We had about licensing discussions. We talked about money, we testing and all these things. So I'm excited. I think the working group turned out quite well, and that makes me very happy to hand it over. And with that, let's go on and start with the cool talks for this time.
Okay, so I'll ask Barry to come on stage. He already did a presentation about IXP Manager this morning. And now he's going to elaborate a bit more on how to leverage Vagrant to simulate well, you talk about it. Thank you very much, Barry.
Thanks very much. So I have an interesting conundrum. Tina, our lovely stenographer, has asked me to slow down, and I've learned from the chairs I have 5 minutes less than I thought I had. And this is terminology heavy, but we'll get through it. I think I can easily leave out a section or two. For anyone who didn't see me this morning, I'm from INEX, which is the peering point for the island of Ireland, and in particular context here, it's the home of IXP Manager. So what I'll talk about is how we use Vagrant to develop IXP Manager. Has anyone in the audience heard of or used Vagrant? Okay, great, a good few hands. Vagrant allows you to create reproducible and portable development environments. And what that really means is it allows you to script virtual machines on your laptop. So you can build the same virtual machine with a team of developers, and that you're all using the exact same environment. Now, the immediate question you might have is, oh, sorry, that's coming in a second. So first is the components of a Vagrant environment. Vagrant has its own terminology. So it uses the term providers where we would use hypervisor. And so Vagrant out of the box will be compatible with VirtualBox and with Hyper-V. And then it has support for other providers. So for example, on my Mac laptop, I use Parallels. So Vagrant is the kind of scripting front end that takes what's called a Vagrant file, which is a virtual machine configuration, and it builds a virtual machine to that specification. The virtual machine comes in what Vagrant calls boxes, and boxes are basically virtual machine images. There's a huge repository of them on Vagrant's website, and you can also build your own. So we take Vagrant with our configuration file and with our box, and that runs it on the hypervisor and gives us our development environment. So just as a very quick start, once you've installed Vagrant, which you can download from the website, if you're on Mac, you can do brew install. So once you have it installed, you can just initialize a new Vagrant machine with Vagrant in it, and you give it the operating system you want it to use. You run Vagrant up to boot it up, and then you can log into it with Vagrant SSH. So very easy to script virtual machines, as you can see here. You might be thinking, why don't we just use Docker? First of all, Docker is not for me. In the IXP Manager source code repository, you will see that there are a Docker compose file. Don't try and use it. It definitely doesn't work. It did maybe 4 or 5 years ago, but I don't really get Docker. It's not for me. But there's another good reason to use Vagrant here. And by using Vagrant, we're mirroring the production environment that we suggest you run IXP Manager in. So when we release V7, we'll suggest that you run it in Ubuntu 24.04. With Vagrant, that's exactly what you're going to spin up. So you're going to be using the same operating system, the same versions of software like Bird, and the same tool chains. So you're using the same environment for development as you're going to be using in production. And you get that full development environment by simply cloning the IXP Manager source code and running Vagrant up. Now, I know in this room, you know, network engineers, sysadmins, developers, we tend to be polymaths. That's not normal. In the real world, developers are usually just developers. So we've hired a new full-time developer for IXP Manager. And one of the, and he is a pure PHP developer. So one of the issues we had with him is, how do we get him an environment that he can develop IXP Manager on without having to give him access to production systems, or without having to give him a full-time sysadmin to sit beside him, or to try and upskill him in sysadmin? Well, the way we did that is we created this Vagrant development environment. So there's two use cases in this presentation. I never intended to discuss the second one, but those slides are included at the very end. That second use case is how we use Vagrant to test the installation script that we provide with IXP Manager. So if you want to install IXP Manager and you're not a competent sysadmin, you can install a minimal operating system and then run this script. But we have to make sure the script runs every time we make a new release, and we use Vagrant to test that. So there's a few slides at the end that just show you how you do that. What I'm going to look at here is how we create a complex development environment for our pure PHP developer and myself as I use it too. So just in terms of making it clear about what's on your laptop and what's in Vagrant, I'm not suggesting that you develop in Vagrant. Right? So on your laptop, you check out the code just as you always would. Your IDE runs on your own laptop. So I use PHP Storm. That runs on my laptop. Maybe you want to use VS Code or Sublime or something else. That's all just on your laptop as normal. You do all your source code management. So your Git commands all happen on your laptop. And I even run IXP Manager on my laptop for doing any kind of basic development that doesn't require interacting with these complex systems like Bird daemons or Looking Glasses or SNMP. And when I want to do those things, I just do Vagrant up. And when, this is a very important thing with Vagrant, when the virtual machine boots, the source code repository, the directory I'm in, gets mounted into Vagrant under /Vagrant. So I have all my source code right there in Vagrant ready to go. And then on the virtual machine, I have a production-like environment for IXP Manager. I can simulate switches. I can run Bird root servers. I can run client BGP speakers. I've got my Looking Glass, and I can do all my kind of graphing development. So if you were to look at IXP Manager source code in the repository of the release V7 branch, you'll see a Vagrant file that looks exactly like this. So this is the configuration file for the Vagrant virtual machine. And you can see that the first thing I'm saying is, this is the operating system. This is the box I want to use. So we're starting on Ubuntu 24.04, which is what we would recommend for V7. I then do some network settings. So I forward port 8088 into Vagrant so that I can, on my Mac OS, just go to localhost 8088 in my browser, and then I can access IXP Manager running in that virtual environment. I also forward in a port for the database, because then I can use the usual tools that I use like Table Plus for interacting with the database. I did say Vagrant has this idea of providers. So Parallels is the one I use. So I have some Parallel specific config to set the memory, to set the number of CPUs I want to use. And you can do the same for other providers. And then kind of where the magic happens is I tell Vagrant that once you boot the virtual machine, please execute this bootstrap script. And that's what we're going to look at in particular here. Now, if anyone wants to see the full bootstrap script, because we're only going to look at bits of it, you'll find it on inix.ie/write89-bootstrap. That will redirect you into GitHub where the script exists as it is now. So the bootstrap script runs only once. When you do Vagrant up, it runs once to provision the virtual machine. You can destroy that virtual machine with Vagrant destroy. It will remove the hard drive, it will remove everything else. And then you can run Vagrant up again to get a new fresh environment. That will always look the same. If you don't want to destroy your VM, you can just shut it down. But then, of course, the developer might need to learn how to spin up 20 instances of Bird, for example. Well, we have a startup script that's a cut-down version of Bootstrap. That Bootstrap puts a systemd process in place that runs that when the virtual machine boots up. We can't do everything in this script. When we want to do something more complicated, like create a configuration for Bird, we're going to spin that off into IXP Manager. So we have PHP code in IXP Manager that we run what's called artisan commands. And artisan is the framework's way of interacting with the code from the command line. So we're going to look at Bootstrap or a few elements of Bootstrap, and the goal here hopefully is to help you create your own Vagrant environment. So it's a bash script, just as you'd expect. Some very basic setups. You know, we're going to set the time zone because the box we use has Central American time zone for some reason. And then we set some defaults for apt, for example, to make sure that any packages we install do not require human interaction to set any values. So we set everything we want at the top of the script. There's about 10 or 15 lines of these. We install a huge bunch of packages, everything we need to run IXP Manager and more. So we have our web server, we have our database, all running in Vagrant. And then we have tools like BGP Q3. And we want that so we can interact with internet routing registries to get prefixes for members for testing, that kind of thing. As another reason why Vagrant is very useful here, while it's very easy to set up a PHP development environment in Mac OS, one thing that's very hard is to use some of the more esoteric packages like the PHP SNMP extension. That's extremely difficult to get running on Mac without compiling from source. The Vagrant development environment comes with a development database. So this is something we've built over the last few months, and the SQL is in the GitHub repository as well. The development database has 2 exchanges. So it models a kind of a complex exchange like INEX. It's not just a single peering LAN. It has a bunch of sample members. So we've got an eyeball network. We've got a wireless ISP. We've got a CDN. We've got a NREN. All very imaginatively named, like eyeball ISP. But we do use real AS numbers. So we use real AS numbers from networks in Ireland because we do want to do that kind of real IRR-DB querying. And it also comes fully loaded with a bunch of root servers and collectors all pre-configured. And we've modeled some of these with different states. So the eyeball ISP connects twice to the peering LAN. And that means that the configuration we generate for the root servers will be a little bit different, and it allows us to model that. So the first part of this complex environment is spinning up all of these Bird daemons. Now, we install Bird exactly as you might expect. Just a pro tip, if you are trying to model Bird with multiple Bird instances on the loopback interface so that they can peer with each other, you have to configure strict bind yes, and you absolutely have to configure multi-hop. Otherwise, they just won't connect to each other. And just kind of an insight into how into our development methodology here, we know all the IP addresses that are in our development database. We could just statically put in a bunch of IP address add, but if we change the development database or if we use a different database, then we'd have to change the bootstrap file. So we actually pull all of these IP addresses dynamically as part of the bootstrap, and we add them all up to the loopback interface. Now, why is this complex? Well, in modeling these IXP routers, these bird daemons, you're going to end up with 16 of them. So you've got 2 infrastructures, you've got IPv4 and IPv6, then you've got a collector, 2 root servers, and an AS112 service. So that's getting pretty complicated straight away, especially if you're just a pure developer. So these scripts take care of all of that. They're all in the Vagrant directory in the IXP Manager source code. They download the configurations from IXP Manager running in this virtual environment, starts all the bird daemons, and you end up with 16 of them. Now, having all of these routers is no good unless you've got clients to peer with them. And as it happens, our IXP Manager has all the data we need to create dual stack bird configurations for our pretend members. So we know their peering IP addresses because they're in an IXP Manager. We know their AS number. We know their MD5 if it's configured. We know all the routes that they should be advertising because we have our IORDB information. So for our strict prefix filtering in the root servers. So we have their prefixes in the database. So we can use that to say, this is what you're going to advertise in our development environment. And we know who they should be peering with. We know if they're an AS112 client. We know if they're a root server client. We know what LANs they're on. So we can configure all of those BGP sessions. And what the net effect of this is me logging into a client bird instance in the development environment. And you can see I've got 2 static protocols, one for v4, one for v6. And that's where all of their routes are configured to be redistributed into BGP. And then you can see for both protocols, I've got 2 root server sessions, I've got a root collector session, and I've got an AS112 session. And they're all established. All I've typed at this point is Vagrant up, and this whole system is up and running. I'm going to skip this except to just show you the screenshot. So as well as spinning up all of these bird daemons, we also install Birdseye, which is the looking glass. And this is a screenshot from localhost 8088 of the looking glass running in the virtual environment. And we can see all the sessions are up. We can see the prefixes we're learning. And because this is a root collector, we can see that we're not exporting any prefixes. This was actually the very reason that we built this system, because we needed this new developer to do some work on the looking glass. And it turned out that was extremely difficult without actually building an environment like this. We also need to model IXP switches. Now, for the purposes of IXP Manager, that only requires SNMP access. We don't use any vendor-specific APIs because SNMP is still ubiquitous across all switches. So we just need SNMP to be able to read this information. And for that, we use a very useful Python package called SNMP sim. So what we did with this Python package is it allows you to run an SNMP walk on a real switch. So we did that with 3 real IXP switches at INEX. Grabbed all of the SNMP data, threw out a load of it that isn't relevant to IXP Manager, and then we matched it to our development database. So if the eyeball network was on switch X port Y, we made sure that was reflected in the SNMP data. And then this Python script runs in the development environment. And the way we decide which switch we're querying is we set the community to that switch, essentially the file name of where the SNMP data is stored. So with this, we have now a development environment where we can do all of our Grapher development. Grapher is the graphing backend that we've developed in IXP Manager, and it's the graphing subsystem, I suppose. And it has backends for MRTG, for peer-to-peer graphing, for latency graphing. So for the MRTG, when this Vagrant up command runs, one of the things it does is it pulls an MRTG configuration out of IXP Manager for the development environment, spins up MRTG as a daemon, and then when you let the development environment run for an hour, you're going to see the graph starting to populate with some random data. So we can fully develop and iterate on our graphing code. We can also iterate on our SNMP polling. So I can't remember if it's every 5 minutes or every hour, but by default, IXP Manager will go off and query all the switches, get the member port states, and it does all of that with SNMP and then stores it in the database. So we do all of that with SNMP, and it's fully enabled in the development environment. We have a new diagnostics functionality, which was wholly developed using this system. And this is just a screenshot of that diagnostics for a transceiver. I showed this earlier on as well. So you can see on this 100 gig port, through SNMP, I can see it's a flex optics transceiver. I can see the model. I can see the serial. I can see all the light levels for the 4 channels on the 100 gig interface. But it also does diagnostics like pinging the member IP addresses. That all works in this development environment. So the takeaways here hopefully are that, typically developers are not sysadmins or network engineers, and we have to provide environments for developers to be able to develop in these complex environments just on their own laptops. And a key thing here as well is it's much easier to hire developers without expecting them to be sysadmins and network engineers. And so that makes it a lot easier. The complex environments are as easy as Vagrant up. So everything I've shown you, all those BGP sessions, the MRTG daemon, the SNMP simulator, they're all running in the environment once you type Vagrant up. So it's fully provisioned. And everything I presented today is on GitHub. Just don't look at the master branch. Make sure you switch to release v7. So thank you.
Okay, any questions? Yes.
Quick question, Neil O'Reilly, lots of hats. This time, small-time open source contributor. I'm a Vagrant fan too, and I'm wondering, what was it that made you choose between having a bootstrap shell script and using something like Ansible or Puppet?
The main reason is that it was a lot quicker to get this done with the bootstrap script for me. And it's a single virtual machine, and it's a lot easier to change it or to add to it with just my single bootstrap script.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, behind.
Andrzej Zajtka, IPNCC, you mentioned Vagrant and you mentioned Mac OS, and we are also running Vagrant for our labs for e-learning, and we have this issue that any Mac OS device younger than 4 years is using ARM architecture, and it's really painful to run AMD64 code on it, in a way that basically we have to migrate to something else. So I wonder whether you are tackling this problem somehow.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but we don't have the problem anymore. So our hypervisor is Parallels. So VirtualBox is not really supported on the new Mac M chipset. So we use Parallels. It is a commercial product. It's about 100 quid a year. And then the Vagrant boxes, like when I installed the Ubuntu box, Vagrant knows I'm on ARM64 and it installs a ARM64 version of Ubuntu. But if I ran the same Vagrant up on a AMD 64 box, it would be an AMD version.
Thank you.
Christian Sârbu, enjoyer of both Vagrant and Docker for a long time. I wanted to ask you with Parallels, because I've been running it with VirtualBox for a long time on Linux, on x86 and such. And the /Vagrant shared folder is usually tricky. Sometimes it doesn't like symlinks, it doesn't like some stuff, and I've had issues with it. Is Parallels handling this better?
Parallels, so far, I have never had an issue perfectly well. I haven't even had to do any custom configuration in the Vagrant file for the mounted folder. I think I used to have to do something in VirtualBox to make it work. When you're in the virtualized environment, everything is owned by Vagrant, but that's fully transparent. It just comes out as my own user on Mac OS. So I've never had an issue. Now, we don't have any symlinks from the source code to other parts of Mac OS, so we wouldn't run into any symlink issues there.
Okay, that's cool. And I would like to offer some additional tooling for those interested in Vagrant, because what you were doing there, you were pulling a pre-built VM, right?
Yep.
What is also very helpful is that Vagrant can package a running VM for you if you want to distribute it to others. But you can also use another tool from HashiCorp, which is called Packer, if you want to build these images from the ground up yourselves and then distribute it to developers to use as a base. That's very useful. And you can also install Docker inside for running, you know, additional services and stuff. And the last one I want to offer is Container Lab, which probably a lot of folks have heard of. If you want to run a more complex, I don't know, lab with multiple daemons and whatever, it'll use Docker, but you really just write a topology file, a little bit of, you know, YAML engineering, and then that's about it. And you get a lab with your development environment. So
yeah, Container Lab is excellent. We use it in other projects.
Awesome. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Michael Richardson, Sandelman Software Works. Great, interesting talk. I've done similar work for, you know, FreeSwan 20 years ago, and over again. And I know the FRR people have interesting stuff and some other things. There's a whole thing. I even almost think we need a conference where the people get together to talk about the complicated networking development, and how do you do it without, you know, shipping around a cabinet full of stuff. But I guess what the thing I'm kind of, what I've run into, and maybe you could comment on this, is at the end of the day, what seems to happen is that we've replaced medium level system administration skills with, now you better have someone with uber level system administration plus Vagrant plus blah, blah, blah skills to fix it when it's broken. And repeatedly that has been unrepeatable in things. And so, you know, people and particular contributors outside of your organization find it very hard to actually get all that working, because, I don't know, they don't want to run parallels, they don't, you know, this or that, or they won't repeat what you're doing. And I wonder what's your experience with people outside of your org trying to use this stuff and contribute?
Yeah, I don't necessarily.
Sorry, just a quick interruption. We're closing the queue after him. Sorry, Maria. You're no longer too late.
I don't disagree with the premise. I can't speak to experiences though, because we'll only be publishing this with version 7 of IXP Manager. So
come back next year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Quick reminder also, please rate the presentations. It gives us really good feedback, what you like, what you don't like, what you want to hear more.
Thanks very much, folks.
Thank you. So next up, we have Pascal Gloor, who made it just in time. Good morning. So he will talk a little bit about BGP, PiranhaBGP, not the open source project, and give us some interesting discussion there about some failure detection. So go ahead.
Yep. Thank you. No, not at all. What are you talking about? So either it's going to get better or worse. So you'll see. So yeah, my name is, I'm going to go slowly. I need to find the right frequency where there is a voice. So PiranhaBGP apps. That's how it works. So agenda, basically what it is, what it does, what it might do in the future, what I need, and at the end, well, Q&A, what do you want to know? So what is PiranhaBGP? So the main component, first component, is that it's a route collector. I'm really sorry. This is gonna, thank you, Will. Well, we have time, don't we? So it is a route collector. It's I've wrote it in C. It's a few years old. It currently supports IPv4 and v6 address families, and a number of BGP attributes like next hop community, extended community, large community, ISPAS, and origin. And the idea is that it takes all the updates and pushes them down in flat files. And it will rotate those flat files so that then you can read them with the another software. There is also in the package a decoder software that allows you to read those binary dumps. Then there is a second part, which is called Piranha Injector. We will read those flat files, decode them, and update the database. The idea is that you keep the state of each router, the routing state of each router you collect data from in a database, so that you can then centrally query those routing states. It will also keep the last N updates so that you can have a look at the last updates that came in. And at the end, you have a UI that allows you to watch what you have in the database. So you can see the status of each peer. You can look at routes. You have like a top N of flapping routes, longest ISPs, invalid. When I say invalid, this is it's been a few years, so it has nothing to do with the RPK. It's just like an invalid AS. It's like an unallocated AS or a private AS, which should not appear in the global routing table. Same with invalid prefixes. This is about unallocated private addresses or really small prefixes. So it looks like that. So you have a bunch of BGP speakers. You have BGP session to collect those routes and PiranhaBGP daemon, which will dump all these updates into files and rotate those files. The rotation time can be modified. So it's typically 1 minute, but you could do 5 seconds or longer. Then you have the database injector application that takes those dumps, decodes them, and updates the database. And at the end, you have a UI that allows you to visualize those data. Yep. Okay, let's go to the daemon. So the daemon configuration is pretty simple. This is nothing crazy. You need to define a local AS, local binding IP addresses. You can even change the port if you want to. Then you can select on the bottom left there what you want to export in the dump. So if you want to like save space or want it to be faster, you might want not to export communities. It depends really what you're interested in exporting. Then you define the router ID, the user, and neighbor. It does support MD5 authentication. Yep. Okay. So you can define a bunch of neighbors. Then you can see the state of your peers. Typically, a full route dump will take 15 seconds. If you have a SSD Typical host will take about 15 seconds to dump the IPv4 full routing table into a file. So that's the typical rotation. So you just have a folder with the peer IP and then timestamp in a human readable but sortable format, so you can read those dumps in order. This is the decoder. And you have three export formats. You have a human readable, JSON, and machine readable format. Exactly. So a machine readable format. You'll have Unix timestamp. It always starts with the peer definition of the peer, where you have the IP and the AS of the peer, and it always has an end timestamp. Then you have like announce with their own and with different options. Human readable screen is not wide enough, but it's pretty much the same, but in another format, and at the end JSON. Yep. That's exactly the same. So depending on what you want to do with those dumps, you can choose these different formats to export the collected data. Good. So what can it do? So the UI currently allows you to, as I said before, access the state of the routing table of all your BGP speakers. So you have a central point where you can actually access the state of the routing. You can look up routes or origin ASs. It also integrates RDAP. Does anyone know what RDAP is? A few, interesting. It's been a few years, but not a lot of people are using it. It's a WHOIS replacement over HTTP. I'll have some screenshots later to show you what I do with RDAP. And then, as I said before, you can look at your top 100. It's not 100, I mean, you can scroll the pages, but you have to call it something. I guess it's getting a bit better now. So you can look at like long as paths, flapping routes. No, that's full. Well, thank you so much. Good. So this is something new. This is the UI. So this is the status of a peer, where you see the name, the AS, the IP. You see if it's up, last time it connected, last time it disconnected, the last update timestamp. So the last update timestamp is really based on the files that are processed. So if you have a delay between now and the processing of files, you would actually see the timestamp. This is why you have a delay. The delay is the difference between now and the last update timestamp that has been read. Indeed, if there is no BGP updates, if there is a rotation of 1 minute and there is no update, there will always be a file with the peer and the end of file in every file rotation, so that there is an activity. So you should never see like more than a minute if you're up to date. Then you have some graph of mask distribution. That's IPv6, and /48 is already taking up like it's going in the same direction as V4, where /24s are taking more than half the routing table. Exactly. Then you have a history of BGP updates. So you can see there was a peak, so something happened. Clearly, there was a lot of over 100,000 updates coming in. You can change the time scale. And you would then also see the BGP events, which are mostly connect and disconnect. I don't keep the keep alive, that's internal to the protocol. And on the bottom, that would be the last 100 or 1,000 or 10,000, whatever you configure BGP updates. Okay. So in the now in the top 100 interface, you have the flapping routes. You see they can be quite impressive, and also what some people don't get is that you can have announces that overwrite other routes, but without having a withdrawn. So sometimes you really have routes that have been announced thousands and thousands of times because of like flapping, changing AF paths without having a withdrawn. And so you still see the database keeps withdrawn routes. So the valid there means it's red. So it means the route has been actually withdrawn. It's not there anymore. But the database still keeps it, so you can run the statistics on number of announced and withdrawn. And this is the same, but for valid routes. Here we clearly see those routes have been updated thousands of times, and there was never a withdrawn. So this is the tool that allows to see the longest AS path. It's quite interesting. I mean, I guess you can make it worse, but it's pretty good. So if anyone knows that guy, and it's a 32-bit also. So again, you have the timestamp and the prefix AS pass. You see the route, and I mean, you can scroll a few pages and it's still horrible. Indeed, you can change V4, V6 with just a click, and it will show the same for IPv6. This is what I call the invalid global prefix. So I said before, it's unallocated, smaller than /24 or 48 for V6. Or in that case, default. And then sometimes it's not even a bad thing, because in that case, they just have a default internally of the network. And since the BGP session does not have any filter, I'll just get that. And there's a bunch of /64 who come from outside, so that's not ideal. Invalid ASN, well, in that case it's private ASN, but still it's internal to that AS. In that case, it's not an issue. But if you want to have like private and then again public, and so that's might want to have a look. Also, those are /128. Good. Then indeed you can look up routes, and so you can choose if you just want to look a route from a specific peer, or from all the peers. You can just put an IP. In that case, it's just an IP, and it will look up any route that will match. So in that case, we have a /24 at 12 and a /9. And you will see the route from all the peers who have it. So in that case, that's 2 peers. And you see it looks consistent. Also, the communities are identical. And the AF path is identical. So in that case, it looks good. Just go back. Yeah. So as you see on the top right, you can look up the IP. You can look up the IP with a mask. So you will restrict the lookup on that specific mask. Or you can put a mask range to make your lookup. You can also look up by AS, origin AS, and it will return all the routes that match the origin AS. Where's Freddy? Reyes is here. Okay, AirDAP. So AirDAP is who is a replacement. Everyone supports it. So from IANA to every RIR, there is an AirDAP server. And so basically you can click any IP, any prefix, any AS, and it will look up what it is or who is. Like here, for example, just click on the V6 and it will return the matching who is information. So you can be quite quick in the UI. Just, for example, when you have a long AS pass, you can just click through them and you will immediately see who it is. And also the database will cache this information for, I don't remember, I think it's 24 hours. So once you've clicked through, it's very, very fast. So it's not implemented in the client, it's implemented on the server side. The UI will query the server and the server will cache this information. Okay, so since the idea is that you can look up your network and find issues or inconsistencies, I was thinking where can we go from there? What would be interesting to analyze? And the first thing would be an automation of possible inconsistencies, like routing loops. Because since in the session or IBGP, so we have the next hop, and you would be able to detect if there is like a hop A wanting to send the prefix to B and B back to A, ghost routes, and that kind of thing. Like if you have a withdrawn coming in somewhere, checking that the withdrawn have actually properly propagated everywhere, and there is no router that keeps a route that should not be there. RPKA validation, that would also be interesting to do, just in case you have a failure in your network or you forgot to configure something somewhere. That happens. So an additional layer of security on the server side that would show you invalid prefixes. Then further than that, BGP is nowadays used to transport all sorts of information. Who would have thought that you would transport MAC addresses? So it would probably be interesting to be able to collect MPLS VPN routing information, as well as EVPN and integrate that in the UI to make those searchable and display inconsistency. I've heard so many times about data center EVPN with inconsistency and teams who are looking for the issue for like 3 days, trying to compare the MAC address table of 25 switches and going mad. So maybe collecting this information, putting it in the database would make it easier to find the inconsistency. So yeah, there's issues. There's always issues. I guess the biggest issue is everything is stored in MySQL. Probably a very poor choice. Can't imagine how you have to store IPv6 in MySQL. There is no field for that. I need to split up the 128 bits in like 2 fields, integer 64, and yeah. Postgres could be a replacement. I'm not sure yet. Postgres knows how to store CIDR, but then I'm not sure about the performance. I haven't done any tests. Extended communities and large communities, they can be exported by the daemon, but there is no integration in the UI for that in the moment. Yep. What's next? So what's next? Well, is it worth it? I don't know. You tell me. This is why I'm here. Because I don't know if you think, hey, this is something that should be continued to be developed, that looks interesting, or you're like, well, I have 25 other tools that do exactly the same. So give me some feedback. And if it goes further, we'll need some test deployment where I can actually have run instances on real life data, and also a bit of contribution help. That would be because I'm the only one developing, so, and that's basically free time. So yep, Q&A.
Thank you very much for that talk, despite the difficulties. Let's start in the front.
Michael Richardson, Salomon Softwareworks. So I understand that this speaks BGP to the routers, and you need to configure those devices to actually be willing to talk to you.
Yep.
Yeah. So that means there's possibly filters and other things on those things that might prevent you from getting things. Do you just simply say, don't do that, give me the whole feed? Or I mean, how does that let me test, you know, communities and other stuff?
Yeah. So since it's a tool for you, by you, it's really up to you. It's going to be the data set that you can look at. If you want to filter, it might not be a good idea, because then you might miss things that you have and you won't see in the database. However, you could also say, well, I want to have in the database what I am sending to my BGP customers, and I want to make sure there is no mess in there. So you could then filter. You could then filter and just have that view, or you could just send peering routes or whatever. It's really up to you. But indeed, the more you filter, the less you see.
All right. Clemens Ripke, DDIX. I wanted to ask you, why do you have to store all the information in a rotating file before injecting it into the database? Why can't you write the data into the database directly?
Yeah, that's quite simple. It's a time delay problem. The routing daemon is very fast, and all the announce and withdrawn on all the BGP events, there will be timestamp there, because there is no timestamp in the protocol. So you need to timestamp that. That means you need to process it very fast. Otherwise, your timestamp will not be accurate. the injection in the database is not so fast. So in order to have actual timestamp, the BGP daemon is very fast. Also, it's easier because, the less things together, the more you can use the tool separately. So I didn't say it because obviously it's open source, it wouldn't be here. It's on GitHub. But you can also just have the BGP daemon and use the decoding tool and then do something else. So really up to you. You don't need the whole UI and database. You could just drop that and just keep the BGP daemon and say, well, I just want that tool. So this is why it's separated also.
Thank you. Very nice work.
Will, AS6993. I'm the guys on the slide there.
Yep.
So I love this tool. I already said that to Pascal, and we already fixed things with one of our transit provider that didn't spot some filters that he missed somewhere because upgrades, whatever, and so on. So that was already helpful for me. I would be happy if some people can go and help Pascal taking this project on, and I think it's something that might be useful for the community. But I would be really happy if some other people could voice their views, and I'm happy to show what's the real results with my machine to who might be interested around. So come to me if you want.
That wasn't the question.
Thank you again very much.
Thank you. And as Will said, I'm around. If you want to have a look at the UI, just come to me. I have my laptop here and I can show you. Thank you.
And then next up, we have August talking about the Cyber Resiliency Act in a follow-up from the lightning talk in the plenary earlier this week. And also, I'll remind you again to rate the talks. Also for working groups, we'll take that feedback to plan next sessions and also give it to the speakers. August.
All right, so this is a talk on the Cyber Resilience Act, which is the new EU product regulation, but I specifically wanted to give a little bit more of a technical talk, about some of the specific code involved, particularly around what is commercial and what's not commercial free and open software. So, my name is August Bournique. I'm an Amsterdam-based California licensed attorney, and I need to give you my disclaimer, as always. This presentation is general information, not legal advice, because I don't know your specific situation, and I'm not your lawyer. And that's actually kind of important, so just remember, your situation may differ. So what is the Cyber Resilience Act? We're going to go over this really quick. It's a product regulation, covers the entire EU common market. There are few exceptions, but otherwise it covers any product with a network component. And the goal of it is really to get manufacturers to start caring about security, and also to provide documentation so that users can have more information. You may have heard of Cyber Resilience Act a few years ago, because that's when it was originally proposed. It's only now been finalized. It still hasn't been signed off on, as far as I know, maybe today, by some of the member states at least. And it's going to come into effect 21 months after certification. So probably July 31st, 2026, but that's only for the reporting requirement. The full act comes into effect in October 2027. So how will it regulate? First, there's the reporting element we talked about. Manufacturers of products, digital products, need to report breaches, incidents, exploited vulnerabilities. And you're going to have to report them probably online to ENISA, and that will maybe, we hope, be forwarded to the CCERT, which is going to be the National Incident Response Team. And ENISA is the union-wide agency for information security. So there'll be follow-up reports. It won't be great, but it should be pretty straightforward. The standards and certification process, however, is a little bit more in-depth. It's going to ultimately result in creating technical documentation that's going to be publicly available and getting a CE mark on a product. so that people know it's, meets these standards. And there's going to be self-assessment for that primarily. There's also, of course, fines and penalties. So the interesting thing about the CRA for me is that there are various protections in it for free and open software, which is nice. It really is, I think, a success story for FOSS getting involved in policy. The first and primary exception that we're going to deal with here today is that non-commercial FOSS is excluded from the CRA. And this may lead people to tell you that, oh, you're free and open software, this doesn't ever apply to you. That's actually not true. It applies to a lot of people because commercial is a legal definition here. But there's also some other protections. You only ever have to meet general standards, and free and open software gets these special category of open software stewards, which are going to be things like Linux Foundation, Apache Foundation, big NGOs, or maybe even small NGOs that have a specific open source project or area that they work in, and they're actually going to be able to help set standards with the regulators, which could be really nice because hopefully you'll have a voice as to what kind of protections your product should have. So what is FOSS? Silly question, right? We all know what it is, but we're not the CRA. So this is the definition of FOSS in the CRA, and I'm bringing this up here not for me to read it out loud to you very fast, which would be hilarious, but I'm not going to do, but just to sort of go over the elements that I take from it. And I think one of the things that I want to share with you, and if you take something away from this, is that this is what we're dealing with when we talk about yes or no, this is what the law says. This isn't very clear. I think I might say that if it were something more of a code, a technical code, it has a lot of sort of undefined elements. I think in US legal jargon we would say that there's a lot of applesauce in there. So what is free and open source under the CRA? Well, it's really two things. It's any product that shares its source code openly, but it also has to share it online. You'll note that's in there. It's kind of funny. And is offered under a license where all rights are freely accessible. So it's not covered by the CRA if it does those things and it's not commercial. But I will note that we have our first issue here, which is that what does freely accessible, what does a license that's freely accessible mean? I mean, there's a lot of little modifications even in CC licenses that might be argued as not being freely accessible, but we don't know that yet. So that's the kind of thing we're dealing with. So, but the big question is, what is commercial? Let's go over this quick. I've edited these down a little bit. A commercial product in FOSS does one or more of the following things. Charges for the product is a big one. Charges more for technical support than it costs to provide. Might be hard to figure out. And here's another one that's big but kind of confusing. Is intended to be monetized. Oh, a spelling error. And collects, or this is another one that I think is interesting, collects and sells user personal data. More than you need to collect user data for keeping the product functional if you collect it and then package it off your commercial. And then accepts donations, but only if, accepts donations is fine, but if you intend to profit from accepting donations, and more importantly, if you both intend to profit and succeed in profiting from accepting donations. So you could say, oh, we're going to take these donations, we're going to get rich, and you're living in a shack and nothing good is happening. You're still not under the CRA. So there's more, and I'll go really quickly through this. It gets much more complex. These are actually more protections. What does it all mean? We don't know. This is additional protection that relates to a kind of distinction between development process and the supply phase of the open source product. So maybe it's only commercial if you're selling the final product, but you're getting support and contributions from manufacturers during the development. That's not commercial. And I think there's also this interesting note in the section above this that says regulators need to be concerned about, that FOSS projects are developed differently. So it may be really, really helpful. You're getting a lot of money to develop new things. That may be completely fine. And there's more, of course. The final bits. This notes that updates and new versions aren't themselves commercial activity, which I think feeds back into that issue of the development phase is not commercial. But, it's hard to say. If you're constantly releasing updates, are you always developing? We'll have to find out. And then we get a couple of real exceptions, the sort of thing we want to see. Nonprofits can sell FOSS and as long as the earnings that are in excess of their costs are used for a charitable purpose, they're fine. And then also, probably one that's the biggest relief for people, if you're contributing to someone else's project, you're fine. You don't need to worry about the regulation. So I think it was a real success for FOSS lobbying because originally none of these exceptions were in there. It was just, if you make money, you're commercial, you got to meet the CRA's requirements. And we also get the fact that it's an ongoing process. These open source stewards are going to keep being able to help direct the regulation. So what should you take away? Hard limitations, CRA, if you intend to monetize the product, the CRA applies. If you sell the final product, the CRA applies. And donations keep you outside of the CRA. So I've run out of time, but I do want to say one last thing. I think the CRA is a great example of what FOSS can do if it works with regulators, and hopefully other regulations can get this kind of thing, this kind of back and forth to get some say in them. All right, thank you.
Thank you, August. We have time for one question. That'd be possible. So if someone wants to, yeah.
Urban Zgodolnik, Teograd. I just have a question. It was already the last time you were on the stage.
Yeah.
Legally, can a non-profit profit from donations?
I mean,
if a director or whatever has a, I don't know, flexible salary.
I think
or
that's
whatever.
the kind of thing we're going to have to see worked out here, because it says if you are, you know, if we go back to that bit of code there, it doesn't say profit exactly. It's just me using a, you know, trying to get through it quickly. Says if you have income as a nonprofit organization, if you have income in excess of your costs, and you don't donate, you don't use that income for nonprofit purposes. Now, it's kind of unclear, right? Like, if you pay your director enormous amounts of money, is that a fair cost? You don't want a regulator looking into that, of course, but will they even? And I think this is the sort of kind of imprecise nature of this code that we're going to have to be comfortable with for a while until we know more. I mean, I would say, make sure you document everything, that you're doing everything charitable and above board, so that if it does happen, the lightning strikes you and the regulator comes down, you've got something. But I can't tell you one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, August. And our next lightning talk is going to be Vesna. I'm going to make a announcement about the upcoming Green Tech Hackathon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vesna Manojlovic. I am a senior community builder at RIPE NCC, and I'm here on behalf of the organizing committee of the next hackathon. I invite you to join. The event itself is going to be beginning of December, so this is Tuesday and Wednesday, a week after the Sinterklaas, for the Dutch people, very important. And we want to do it both in Amsterdam and online and in local hubs. So there is a lot of ways that you can take part. Please do not fly to Amsterdam to join the hackathon about sustainability. And there will be t-shirts. This is going to be design on the t-shirt. So there'll be other activities. We will have a pre-event only online for the people who couldn't really make it, but still wanted to give us some talks about their approach to the ecological way of dealing with internet infrastructure. And then at the last day of the event, so Wednesday afternoon, it will be possible to join the presentations of the hackathon projects, and then to stay for a little social event to mingle with the participants, because we have a limited amount of physical space. We are aiming at 42, and all the other people will just have to come after and talk to us. There will also be stickers, So you can see these images from the previous hackathons that we had. We really celebrate the diversity of the graphic designs of the stickers and the laptop covers. So if you would like to take part earlier or just cannot come to the hackathon, there are all these options for the online participation. There is already some code on GitHub that you can contribute to. We have discussion lists, and there is a wiki with a lot of other additional documentation. This is a group of people who are helping organize it, and this is also an illustration of who would we like to have in the event. So we are liaising with a lot of other groups. I am trying to get people from academia and network operators groups to join into this event. Then we have Mike Ogia, who is helping us get the contacts from the data center industry. Mallory, who is helping get people from the standardization organizations into this event. Shane, who is also here, and he is our contact in the open source community and also the DNS operators. We have Claudia, who is part of the hackers communities. Chris, connecting us with internet governance, kind of core internet governance bodies, and Catalina, who will be our online facilitator, and Noel helping with logistics. So it is important to know that we are getting all these various groups to work together, and that a lot of people are involved in this, although I'm just the one kind of speaking head. And this is not the first time we're dealing with this subject. There was a workshop organized by Internet Architecture Board. Then there were some like sustainability related projects on the two previous hackathons that we had. And we also hosted an open house about green tech this month, and videos and slides are available online. They're super interesting if you want to learn more about it. We had opened the applications already a while ago, and we already have 20 participants who have been accepted by this organizing committee, and they suggested a lot of interesting project ideas. The thing with these ideas is that we might not end up working on exactly these projects. People will suggest them at the beginning of the event, and then there'll be a lot of brainstorm and forming of small teams who will then focus on something like this or something completely different. So it is still very open, and we are looking for you, for your participation and for your projects and your skills. So please register. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Vesna. Are there any questions? We have a moment. Okay, I see no questions, so I hope I see. Oh, there's one question. No. Okay. Thank you. So next up, we have Maria talk about how to use Yang for code generation. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, that's a sound. Hello, this is Vojtech. It's his work, actually. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. It was a very last-minute submission. Actually, there is almost the whole team of BERT in this room. So thank you for coming. And if you wanna see anybody else from the BERT team, please could you just raise your hand? Who is in the BERT team? Yeah, they are quite spread around the hall. So. You are not far away. You won't. You will get caught if you start to run away. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. This thing does. This thing goes forward. This goes backward. The green one. The green one. Yeah. So yeah. We are going to speak about how we are using Yang how we are not yet using Yang for code generation, and how we are full circling back to ASM.1. It doesn't work. Yeah, it works. Yeah, so what's the problem? The problem is, well, the users want an API, and they want to describe it by Yang. But the problem is, What if the young starts diverging from the code because the code is updated? So let's take another approach. Let's define the API by the young. But what if the code diverges from the young because somebody forgets to upgrade the young? So there's the current approach. The current approach, how people typically work with CBOR or JSON or so, is that you have the CBOR, then you parse it to something generic, and then you reparse it again to specific objects. So what we want to do is do this. We want to remove the thing in between, and this is how we are getting back to the ASN.1. Well, we want this. We want to get from the JSON or from the CBOR, which has like those. Is it working? Yes. Those strings, and so you want to get an object directly, so we can access all those pieces like with the native methods and so. Yeah, and the recipe is, well, shall I tell it? Okay. Yeah, we can take the vanilla young, the file you are using for definitions. We can use, we can write an application-specific definition file, which is how the young is actually going to be connected to our application. And then we are going to use the tool. The tool is Vojtech's bachelor thesis. And the result from this should be an application-specific parser and encoder, which you can just build into your application. And you will just take an object, push it into the encoder, and the encoder spits out the CBOR or the JSON on the wire. And backwards, you get some data from the wire, and you get directly the objects. We are trying to save memory, save time, and also do online validation of all the data you are getting. This is not a work which is already done. This is a work in progress. We are basically at the end of the drawing board and starting to do some prototypes. So we will very much welcome any thoughts, hints, pointers, where to look at, what to not do, and so on and so forth. And when I was telling about this to Alistair Woodman, he said, well, we are full circle back to ASN.1. We bought this compiler in 1980s for $1 million. So one of my questions is, should we charge $1 million for it? So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And question?
I can't speak for the FR community, but we definitely have the same problem, and we've talked with each other, and it's not unlikely that we might end up using the same tool. So we're definitely tackling the same issues, and I hope we can figure out something together. It's a hard problem.
Yes, we know it.
Just a quite flippant remark. I guess it's okay to charge the $1 million, provided, given what August was just telling us, you take care to use it for charitable purposes.
Don't worry, my Lamborghini is for charitable purposes.
Okay, thank you. So Maria, thank you, both of you. And I just want to say
something.
I want to emphasize, if you have some suggestions or thoughts, reach out and we can meet in the hall. I'm looking forward to it.
So I wanted to add that, as you mentioned earlier, about all the Bird developers here, and especially if you're kind of newer to these RIPE meetings, there are lots and lots of open source developers here. There is from the Bird about the whole team here. From FR routing, a lot of people here. There is people behind the OpenVPN is here, the OpenBGPD. There is tons of other open source projects. It's a really great opportunity. If you're not aware, go reach out to them. If you have feedback, information, requests, talk to them. And the open source developers are very interested to hear from you too. Even if you're not able to give money at this time, they still normally feedback is something which we all love. And then don't forget to rate the presentations, please.
Side note, don't drop a bomb onto this hall, please. The buzz factor is quite bad.
Yeah. So we come to the last thing.
Yes, the last thing.
Oh. Yes.
Any other business? Okay, Martin. So, yeah, the time has come for a farewell, and I think we cannot emphasize enough what you've done for the working group. And we wanted to hand you something out that, yeah, like when you move on into more higher spheres and more relevant positions, you remember us. So yeah, as you know, I live in Germany, close to Frankfurt, and then there are lots of apples there. So then some glorious day, somebody thought we can make wine out of that. It's not cider, it's apple wine. It's a very polarizing thing. Some people hate it, and some people say it's the most honorable way an apple can die for. So this is the first thing you have to, yeah. This is the first thing you have to tell us your opinion about this once you're done. But okay, let's move on. So we know that you are not the wine guy. You're more like the whiskey person. You probably were at the Whiskey Buff last night, and yeah, you can spend lots of money in fine single malt Irish whiskies. Forget it. We didn't have that budget, so we didn't. So we thought, what can we hand you over? And we're in RIPE, and RIPE is about diversity and not having prejudices against something like Spanish whiskey, which is something we want to hand you out, and you can also, yeah, tell us your opinion about this once you're done. And now,
I don't have to explain anyone about Straub apples or any of the controversy because there is none about it. So thank you very much, Martin, for all your 11 years of chairing this working group and starting it up. And the three of us are looking forward to taking it further. Then please.
So thank you very much, all, two of you. So, and say I'm happy to give it up because we got really an excellent replacement. So I'm very positive, looking forward to it. And I won't be missed in the RIPE community. Trust me, you will see me in other roles if you want or not.
Let's go for lunch, guys.
Okay, that's it. Have a good lunch.
This gentle sting between us. I wanna make this play. Oh, I know you're ready. I wanna make this play. Oh, I know you're ready. You seem to behave like we'll always be Like the seas and streams change away, start to easily. Cause I seem to believe that we'll never be free. Always gonna be me. Can't we be like the seas and streams change away? Not so easily. We have this stuff, I'll leave the possible at 10 past all something. Wanna make believe, maybe impossible to and we have this story, all the impossible at 10 past all one make believe, maybe impossible to achieve. And what happened Out in the quiet, you'd understand why we love to carry on war. Yes, we do. And I have you open the door, instead your bullets are already flying through. And I wish you'd stop claiming you surrender. Lay down the guns that you do. You accuse me of standing guard. Honey, you're so quick to skip from praise to slander. Devil angel, I know, yeah. And I'm sorry if I disappointed you so. And I'll never know where to stand when all your hell breaks loose. And I never said a word that retaliation keeps us on their way. And I wish you'd stop claiming you surrender. Lay down the guns that you do. You accuse me of standing guard. Oh, honey, you're so quick to skip from praise to slander. Devil or angel, I know, yeah. And I'm sorry if I disappointed you so. And I wish you'd stop claiming you surrender. Lay down the guns that you do. You accuse me of standing guard. Oh, honey, you're so quick to skip from praise to slander. Devil or angel, I know the other. And I'm sorry if I disappointed you. Honey, you're so quick to skip from praise to slander. Devil or angel, I know the other. And I'm sorry if I disappointed you so. If I disappointed you so. If I disappointed you so. All I need is time to get behind the sun and cast my way. All I need is peace of mind. I can separate. All in all, there's something to give, something to give. All in all, there's something to do, something to do. All in all, there's something to live with all I need is sign to get behind the sun and cast its waves. All I need is to find there are some ways. All in all, there's something to give, something to give. All in all, there's something to do, there's something to do. All in all, there's something to live with you.
This works.
4, 4, 4, 4. Ho. Pojď. 4. Ho. OK.
1, 2, 1, 2.
3,
4. We're going to start in 2 minutes. We see some people getting in the room. Please take a seat. And welcome to the Cooperation Working Group session here at RIPE 89 in Prague. We are here with you, myself, Yulf, and Achilles, the co-chairs, and we'll take about 5 to 10 minutes in the agenda to run you through some of the administrative tasks. And one of the most important one is to congratulate Yulf and Achilles on the reselection as the co-chairs of the Cooperation Working Group. I must say there were no candidates either. Expression of interest, so you must be happy with their work as I am as a co-chair. So moving on, in order to speed up on the on our agenda today that is quite full, we will have a bit of a different agenda with a panel session addressing the World Summit on the Information Society and the Global Digital Contact, and look at the interplay of these two different activities. But then we'll move on to the presentation style with Chris Buckridge himself, who's going to be looking at multi-stakeholder models to govern the internet and what's missing. Then we'll have a quick update on the World Telecommunication Standardization Assembly by Jim Reed, and finally, a presentation from RIPE NCC and Hisham Ibrahim on the handling requests for the information and how the RIPE NCC is and membership and community is working and engaging with governments. So with that, I would like to ask our panelists of the first session to come up to the stage. And as you do, I will actually introduce our first speaker, who's remote. Hello, Tala. Welcome. Tala Debs is the World Summit on Information Society and Sustainable Development Goals coordinator at the International Telecommunication Union, ITU. Welcome. We're very happy to have you here. Following, we have Marlene Straub from the German government and Digital Ministry. And also we have Callum Voge, who is with the Internet Society. He is the Director of Government Affairs and Advocacy at Internet Society. And last but not least, we have Nigel Hickson with the UK government, the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. So with that, I will try and serve as a moderator, but to give us this backdrop information of what we're going to go through in looking at the ongoing processes in the internet governance, I would firstly ask Tala to perhaps give us some background information. When did the World of Information Society process start? Or what's the timeline now, looking at its review 20 years after? So with that, please welcome Tala, and we can see you and hear you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Desiree. Can you hear me well?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tala Debs. I'm a WSIS and SDG project coordinator at the International Telecommunication Union. Very pleased to be addressing the RIPE community today and shedding light on the World Summit on the Information Society WSIS process, celebrating 20 years and achieving future milestones together. So what is WSIS? WSIS is actually a unique two-phase UN process that was established to address issues related to information and communication technologies in an inclusive manner by involving all stakeholders, government, the private sector, technical community, academia, civil society, UN agencies, and international organizations. And the main goal of WSIS is to build a people-centered, development-oriented information society where everyone can access, create, utilize, and share information. So these are the key milestones of WSIS. So it was actually proposed by Tunisia at the ITU Plenipotentiary in 1998, followed by a UNGA resolution calling to organize a WSIS in 2 phases. The ITU was tasked to organize these 2 phases. The first one was in Geneva in 2003, and the second one in Tunis in 2005. The outcomes of the Geneva phase were the Geneva Declaration of Principles and the Geneva Plan of Action, which is the framework of the WSIS action lines. And the outcomes of the Tunisia phase was mainly the IGF, which is the Internet Governance Forum, serving as a multi-stakeholder forums for policy dialogue on Internet governance. Soon after that, we had clusters of WSIS-related events, and since 2009, we've been holding an annual WSIS forum. And in 2015, we had a first review of this UN process, WSIS plus 10 review, where the process was renewed for another 20 years. Next year, in 2025, we will have another review coinciding with 20 years of this process. And next year's WSIS Forum has been rebranded as the WSIS Plus 20 High-Level Event 2025, serving also as a platform to inform this review. So the WSIS process is guided by the principles of the WSIS action lines. There are 11 action lines, as you see on the screen. C7 is multi, so you see 11 actually, but it's C7 e-applications that has sub-themes. And what's important here to say is that each of these action lines are facilitated by a different UN agency or one or more UN agencies. For example, action line C7 on e-health is facilitated by the World Health Organization. E-agriculture is facilitated by the FAO. ITU is the sole facilitators of action line C2 on ICT infrastructure, C4 capacity building, C5 cybersecurity, building confidence and security in the use of ICT, and C6 enabling environment, which is the regulatory framework for policymaking. On the left side of the screen, you see the WSIS action lines and the SDGs. In fact, in 2015, when the first time the WSIS was reviewed, there was a call to align the WSIS action lines with the SDGs because 2015 was the year of the SDGs. So there was a WSIS and SDG matrix that was built to show the linkages between these action lines and their impact on the SDGs. For example, how is ICT infrastructure helping to end poverty, etc. There's something also very important as part of the WSIS process, which is the WSIS stocktaking. It's a repository of digital projects, more than 13,000 projects, showcasing the work on the ground from all stakeholders in the framework of the WSIS action lines to accelerate the SDGs. As you see here on this slide, we have a governance process of the WSIS. So each of the UN agency is working under its mandate to implement the WSIS outcomes. The CSTD has the follow-up on the WSIS outcomes within the ECOSOC. All these are institutionalized in UNGA resolutions. The WSIS process is multi-stakeholder in nature, involving everyone. In fact, the technical community has been very active in the WSIS process since its inception. Many of the technical community organizations are actually partners, partnering annually in the WSIS Forum, Fund and Trust. I can name the IEEE, Internet Society, ICANN, among many others. On this slide here, you see these different elements of the WSIS Forum. They are very important components. WSIS stocktaking, the action lines, United Nations Group on the Information Society is also an important element, which is the interagency mechanism on implementing the WSIS outcomes within the UN system. All these are actually a cornerstone for accelerating the SDGs, and they keep the WSIS relevant and robust in face of technological advancements. So recently, there was the Summit of the Future, and a Pact of the Future was adopted and highlighted the advances in knowledge, science, and technology, and how can they deliver to break through a better world. The GDC, Global Digital Compact, was annexed to the Pact of the Future, referencing established processes such as the WSIS as foundations for multi-stakeholder collaboration. GDC envisions an open, safe, fair, secure digital future for all. So we see similarities between the WSIS and GDC. The first is a unified vision for leveraging technology in fostering sustainable development. The second one is the foundation and calling the importance on collaboration among stakeholders. The third one is that they share the commitment to bridge the digital divide, to promote international cooperation and foster sustainable development with the ethical use of technology. So by building on their shared principles, WSIS can effectively serve as a follow-up mechanism to the GDC, ensuring that the global community remains aligned in the pursuit of transformative digital landscape. Currently, a WSIS process and 2030 agenda, the GDC matrix are currently being prepared to look at the commitments of the GDC, aligning them with the WSIS action lines in close alignment with the WSIS action line facilitators. Here on the screen, we see some of the key figures on how the WSIS has driven remarkable progress since its inception in 2003. Today, we have 5.4 billion people connected online, 65% of women using the internet, which is reducing the gender digital divide. 80% of the youth are also online today. But of course, we have 2.6 billion people who are still offline, and challenges remain. So coming back to the WSIS Forum started in 2009 as an annual event, and since 15 years, it has attracted more than 120,000 participants from all stakeholders. It is co-organized by the ITU, UNESCO, UNCTAD, and UNDP, with the involvement of more than 40 UN agencies. The forum features a variety of formats and special tracks, allowing for dynamic discussions on digital issues. Each year, we celebrate multi-stakeholder success and cooperation with the WSIS prizes that has become a prestige over the year. We also invite you all to submit for this year's WSIS Prizes 2025 by showing the excellence of implementation of digital projects to achieve the SDGs. WSIS has always evolved through time, addressing the impacts of emerging technologies. Examples are with the hackathons we organize every year on new emerging topics. The WSIS Forum agenda and program is currently built through an open consultation process where all stakeholders encompass and propose new topics, especially related to emerging technologies. This year's WSIS Forum and the AI for Good were concurrently organized together, bringing the two communities together the same week. Exhibition spaces at the WSIS Forum showcase the latest technologies, and we have WSIS Special Innovation Prizes every year. Here, I want to show some of the key outcomes of this year's WSIS Forum that was rebranded as a WSIS Plus 20 Forum high-level event because it also served as a platform for the WSIS review. And the high-level engagements of more than 500 plus high-level participants showcase the active participation of leaders, emphasizing our collective efforts to drive the digital agenda. I want also to highlight that during the WSIS Forum this year and in WSIS Forum 2023, it served as a platform for GDC consultations. We've actually invited the co-facilitators and the UN Tech Envoy to address all stakeholders. We've had sessions dedicated for the technical community to discuss the Global Digital Compact. I leave you here with the outcomes that you can check online on the WSIS Forum of this year's event. But summarizing main outcomes of this year's events show that the WSIS outcomes continue to be a foundation for global digital policies and cooperation. The review next year should be seen as an opportunity to keep evolving the WSIS framework and keep it relevant in global digital governance. And finally, leverage the WSIS in the implementation of the GDC, since the WSIS action lines remain central in global digital discussion. The WSIS forum this year was chaired by the Swiss Confederation, and the chair highlighted the importance of a WSIS Plus, strengthening the inclusive framework for digital cooperation and addressing a fast, ever-changing era of digital development. So going back quickly to the WSIS Plus 20 review. So as I mentioned earlier, it will happen in December 2025 at the UNGA. We are very happy ITU, UNESCO, UNDP, UNCTAD, and UNDESA have jointly prepared a joint preparatory process to involve all stakeholders in this review. So you see different milestones where actually all of you can contribute. The upcoming one will be in IGF in 2024 as part of the open consultation process of the WSIS. So we invite you all to, if you are attending IGF, to join us on 18 December for the WSIS Plus 20 session. Of course, the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event next year is an important milestone as well, and the CSTD review in April. Another call for inputs was also launched, and this is specific to the ITU's work in the implementation of the WSIS Plus 20 review, including a call for all stakeholders to provide new ideas related to the review of the action lines, and this will ensure a comprehensive and inclusive assessment of the WSIS process. So we invite you all to also contribute to this call for inputs that is open until 31st of July 2025. Save the date for next year's event, 7 to 11 July. As I mentioned, it will also happen the same week as the AI for Good Global Summit in Geneva, Switzerland. The objectives, it will be to serve as a platform for multi-stakeholder discussions on the progress made since 20 years and looking ahead on the challenges that remain to bridge the digital divide. Finally, please contribute to our calls for contributions. So you can come and participate in the event in 2025, but everything we do in the preparation towards this event happens through an open consultation process. You can suggest topics, sessions, organize exhibition spaces, provide speakers. So please do fill the open consultation process form on our website or participate in the regular OCP meetings that we are organizing, the first being on 18 November from 2 to 3 p.m. Registration is open on WSIS.org/forum. Of course, participate to the WSIS prizes and submit your best digital projects for development and be recognized globally, and looking also to other contests and special prizes that will be launched very soon. Finally, we invite you to partner with the WSIS process because we are extra budgetary, and every year we do raise funds to cover the operational costs related to our events through partnerships. If you have more information, look at the website or contact us at wsis.info@itu.int. Just to close, moving forward, please consider three things. Build upon the outcomes of the WSIS Plus 20 Forum high-level event and the Summit of the Future. Participate actively in the WSIS Plus 20 review and the GDC implementation, and contribute to the preparatory process for the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event 2025. Thank you very much. Back to you, Desiree. I hope I was not very long. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Tala, it's very comprehensive with a lot of information. So you have already answered some of the questions as to what's the timeline and what is the process to get involved and where can technical community make an impact. So I'm going to move on to our panelists, and Tala, please feel free to stay online and also make comments. Having just seen, a lot of different agencies doing a lot of coordination. You mentioned the UN Commission for Science and Technology Development, that they will prepare this report. I want to ask Callum, as a member of technical community, what are the opportunities for the technical community to meaningfully engage in this process? Because there's no negotiation, I believe, here.
Yeah.
And welcome.
Thanks for the question. So, when we look at this issue, right, we have different, just to reiterate, there's the IGF, right, which is for the multi-stakeholder policy discussions where we collaborate, share, debate. WSIS plus 20, it's for the developing high-level action lines on internet governance. And then this CSTD, the Commission for Science and Technology Development, their role is really to report the WSIS work throughout the UN system, to report progress made and share this information. So there's kind of two ways they do this. There's the regular annual report that happens, every year. What I would emphasize on that is that it's not a purely technical document. There's 43 countries that are members of the CSTD process, and the final report does have some element of negotiation. So for the technical community, how we normally engage on this in an annual kind of way, it's ad hoc panels and workshops are ways that the CSTD brings in the expert technical knowledge. So that's the normal way. But today, what we're talking about specifically is that every 10 years, there's a special report. The 2025 report is the one we're talking about specifically. And that's more of a technical report for the WSIS plus 20 review. So that report is much more in depth. It's focused on research. Typically, it's contracted to independent research effort. And so there's actually many more opportunities for us to get involved as compared to usually. So what this means is I can talk, for example, on the case of the Internet Society. We're looking at where we can highlight our experience on the WSIS action lines. So it would be things like promoting IXPs, connecting the unconnected, manners, mutually agreed norms for routing security, our work on pulse, resiliency, alternative methods for last mile connectivity and things like this. So targeting in very specifically where we believe we have added value. I think, in the technical community, we are all different sizes of organizations, and some might have more direct lines and less direct lines. So I would encourage everyone to, cooperate with those larger ISTAR organizations that might have those routes. So for example, Internet Society, we're very happy to take input from the community and help consolidate this. I imagine RIPE and others would similarly be open to this kind of collaboration. So just to sum up, I think it's a very special opportunity. We should seize it and make sure that that expert insight is getting to the right place.
Yes, and just going back, thank you, Callum. Whilst we still have Tala here, you mentioned the process that's going to be similar to the one that we've gone through in WSIS plus 10 back in 2015. Is there anything else that's different in a digital landscape apart from, connecting, leaving no one behind and connecting the people that are not online, 2.6 billion? Do you see anything different in the process this time? First Tala, and then anyone else could comment.
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question, Desiree. So, the digital landscape in 2003 was very, very different from the one we have today. In 2003, we had 1 billion people connected online, barely 16% of the world's population. Now we have 5.4 billion people connected. People used their phones only to text and do basic calls. Now, remarkable speed and scale of development of digital technologies is with us today, and they are present in our aspect of our daily life. So 20 years later, the digital landscape, of course, evolved, but challenges, as I mentioned earlier in my presentations, remain, as 2.6 billion people are still offline. But there are things in WSIS that are still true today. When leaders came and looked at the vision of WSIS 20 years ago, they focused on the people and not on technology to ensure that everyone shares the benefits of digital technologies. Second, it's the making this framework for collaboration inclusive by involving everyone, and this digital technologies and this complex framework of digital being, very complex, and every stakeholder bringing their aspects and knowledge to this puzzle to keep everyone involved. And finally, building a WSIS framework that I can say is agile, adaptable to changes of processes, and coordinating governance mechanisms that can be fit for future and keep pace with the challenges and opportunities presented by digital technologies. So there is a difference in the digital landscape, but I see the WSIS as being agile and evolving throughout the years to keep pace with this progress. Thank you, Desiree.
You have mentioned, thank you. You have mentioned the UN CSTD again, and that they will play a very crucial part in producing this report. So I would like to perhaps ask Nigel, who's been also a participant in the WSIS phase 1 and phase 2, to really maybe make a comment. How has the technical community, where can we now contribute? Is it the same as it was then, back in 2015? Is there anything new now that we have the CSTD, but we also have the Global Digital Compact? My understanding is the Global Digital Compact is producing this implementation map, which will be annexed to the WSIS +20 review report of the CSTD.
Yes, thank you very much, and it's great to be here and great to great to be able to talk on this panel. I work for the UK government in the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology. Desiree, I mean, the technical community has always had a crucial role to play. And if we go right back to the 2003 and the 2005 WSIS process, between 2003 and 2005, there was a working group on internet governance that was set up to really sort of try and evaluate and to understand what was happening back then on internet governance, and the technical community played a very important role in that. And since then, after the WSIS process concluded in 2005, the technical community has played an important role, not only in the UK IGF by contributing to the discussions there, whether it be on IP addressing, whether it be on naming, whether it be on other technical issues, but they've also contributed to the UN CSTD process by being observers at the Commission on Science and Technology Development when resolutions on WSIS are delivered, and in many other fora. So I think, you know, as we move towards 2025, it is slightly overwhelming. And let me just sort of, if you like, touch on this. There are so many processes going on. We've just heard from Tala about the WSIS forum in July, which is going to be obviously probably one of the last set piece meetings before the actual UNGA discussions. There's going to be a UNESCO event, as Tala showed on her slide, in February. UN CSTD is going to have a critical meeting in the spring where they'll adopt a resolution which will have the report which you mentioned annexed to it. So there's an awful lot of going on. But really, to a large extent, the critical discussions will be at the General Assembly. And there we do know something, in that we know that we've just been through negotiations on this UN Global Digital Compact. Now, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands in the room, you know, I'm not going to ask you to recite paragraphs of the Global Digital Compact. You'll be pleased to know that. But it does touch on internet governance. It does touch on the UN IGF. And to a large extent, it gives a good basis for the WSIS +20 discussions. But those discussions are going to be against a geopolitical backdrop. Because in all of this, as you know, in life, we can prepare, we can have technical sessions, we can line up all our ducks, and then we get to the final discussions, we find something else will take over the dynamic of those discussions. And geopolitics is a real factor, as we saw at the General Assembly, so as we saw at the UN this year when discussing the Global Digital Compact. But in all of that, we have a role to play. We as governments obviously are sitting around the negotiating table, but you as the technical community have a real input into these discussions. And the role of RIPE NCC, the role of other bodies is obviously discussed in great detail in all of these preparation meetings. So all I can really conclude, I think, Desiree, on this is important. It might all seem slightly bizarre, but it is important because what comes out of the WSIS plus 20 discussions will set the agenda for years to come. The conclusions will be picked up by the ITU at the plenipotentiary in 2026. That touches on names, that touches on addresses, etc. So whatever is concluded, the technical community will be at the forefront of the discussions to follow. Thanks.
Thank you, Nigel, for highlighting the importance of these events and how we can get involved and contribute. But it seems an awful lot of engagement that we'll have to do over the next 8 months before or maybe more longer until the UN General Assembly, as you mentioned, in September next year. But having mentioned this new parallel process of Global Digital Compact, I wonder, maybe starting with Marlene, how could then the technical community contribute both to WSIS and the GDC process in order to, from your point of view, to avoid some duplicative efforts and create synergies?
Thank you for having me. I'm Marlene. I'm here on behalf of the German government. And there's so much that's been said already that I support and that I won't repeat. But I think it's really necessary to highlight how much duplication is happening and how thin everyone's resources are being spread. And that's why collaboration and cooperation is so crucial. So I don't know if this is new information for you, but the European Commission and the Council are both planning additional Council conclusions and a strategy on internet governance. So that's another 2 things to add on the pile of things that are going to be happening. And as the German government, we're going to be following these processes, and the central kind of guiding motif that we'll be pursuing is multi-stakeholder governance has to be strengthened. So in terms of how can you follow both of these processes and how can you collaborate, we strongly encourage you to work in alliances because it is physically impossible to follow everything. Even in the action lines that Tala just presented, every single one of those will have a consultation. It is physically impossible. So make friends, work with your coworkers, make alliances, cooperate. I think the GDC process has also showed that if we work together, we can get things done. So if you think about how the technical community wasn't even mentioned in some of the early proposals, I think we've come very far from then, and we should build on this momentum. And I fully support what Nigel has been saying, but just because we've negotiated the GDC, that doesn't mean that that is going to be the basis from which we start. We shouldn't take anything for granted, and it is going to be a long, tedious process. So what we recommend is engage in these forums, but also speak with your governments, because a lot of this negotiation is going to happen on the multilateral level. And so in Germany, we've already been running stakeholder groups on the GDC. We're going to continue those for WSIS. And I'm sure that your governments, if not in Germany, will have something similar at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level. Get involved in your IGFs and approach your governments, make yourself visible, because really we need you to translate the technical expertise, because that does not exist at the governance level. And we're very grateful. Yeah.
Thank you for that advice. So we could, Callum, you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. So I can jump in here. For the technical community, I think the GDC was such a difficult process because in many ways it was a black box. We didn't always know what was going on there, to be frank. It was non-government actors were largely excluded. It was mostly a multilateral process. We saw the first draft, we saw the revision, but then later drafts, we were relying on leaked documents to know. And so I think what really concerned many people in the technical community in the early stages was, certain terminology, which things like enhanced cooperation, which is a term that doesn't have a clear definition, but in the past has been used by governments to exclude, non-government actors from these conversations. So a lot of red flags did go off for our community, I would say. But our community, even with that difficulty, did take actions. I think one example would be the letter that was sent to envoys discussing the leaked drafts, talking about the concerns of the multilateral process and what was at stake. I can also say for the Internet Society, other things we did is we developed these matrices. We called them zero draft matrix, where we would review the text, and that was supposed to help hopefully guide our community to be informed and be able to monitor, because as you said, it's just a huge amount of work. No single person can keep up. But also we were sending those matrices to governments to hopefully advise them, give recommendations on how they could revise the text itself. So I would say the community was active despite the challenges maybe of that process with the GDC. And now we have more decisions to make. So now, although we might say that the GDC process from our view was flawed in the way that was very multilateral, what we do see now is some reassurances that the multi-stakeholder model is going to be respected through the WSIS process. We hope for this. And then that also, the WSIS process is acknowledged. So now there is the opportunity for the technical community to decide if they want to endorse the vision and the principles of this GDC. So that's, the first part, it's paragraphs 1 through 6, which is the vision, and then again, paragraph 8, which is the principles. And what we've been told and what we understand is that endorsing these two parts does not mean that you endorse all the list of objectives, which are in part 2. So for the Internet Society and for many technical organizations, it's a decision to make now, to weighing up the pros and cons. Reasons to endorse might be that you want to be an active participant, that you want to be engaged, and maybe have closer collaboration to help guide this process, maybe. But then there are also voices of concern because there's still terminology in the GDC that frames things differently, like terminology like we governments work with other stakeholders. It's still very government-centric. There's still that enhanced cooperation term in there. So those could be reasons to be a bit skeptical or a bit nervous about endorsement. The second part of this is that, of course, as technical organizations, we can, input on individual objectives. So this is the second part of the GDC, paragraph 7 and then 10 to 63. I can say for the Internet Society, we see some objectives are very aligned with our work. So we might want to commit to engaging there. For example, things like community networks, where we have a lot of expertise. So anyways, just to sum up, it's a hard decision to make. It's a big debate. I think the ISTAR organizations are trying to align and provide some guidance. But again, our understanding is that endorsing one part doesn't mean endorsing all of it. We've had some clarity from the UN on that this week. The Internet Society will be publishing a blog post too to help advise this process, because we know there's a lot of questions. So just to say, we've been engaging despite the challenges, and we are trying to get clarity so that we can continue to be effective in how we engage.
Thank you. These are all very useful comments, I think that we can use. But because we have about 5 or 6 minutes left, maybe we can turn back on looking at some, long-term strategy. For example, the German government has recently published a blog post looking at the long-term strategy for the digital landscape. And I wonder, and especially with digital governance, and we heard from Tala that WSIS and I would say the IGF could be used as existing frameworks to address the GDC implementation. So are there any thoughts, Marlene, that you'd like to share first, looking at this long-term strategy for the review process of the IGF, for example, and then going forward?
Well, the IGF's mandate expires next year. And we see that there's countries that don't support multi-stakeholderism that are still applying to host IGFs. So one of the central things we're pursuing in the WSIS negotiations is going to be to not only maintain the internet governance, but to also strengthen the mandate. During the GDC negotiations, we try to anchor the IGF as the forum where we'll discuss the review. Within the GDC was semi-successful. But we have a great interest in the continued existence of the IGF because it's the best multi-stakeholder forum we have. It attracts the broadest base. But yeah, I mean, there's life after WSIS as well. And so the German government, we've published this strategy on international digital policy, which we hope will guide our policy beyond WSIS and throughout. And principles like human rights and free and open internet, these are key things that are anchored there. And yeah, I think there's 2 things we'd like to showcase. So we're doing a strategic foresight series of workshops on internet governance, and we're inviting all kinds of different stakeholders, including some people in this room, to basically try and predict the future without predicting the future, so that we're not just reacting to policy, but we can try and be a bit more proactive about what might come. And I'm very happy about the number of young people I see in this room, but we also have a generational issue in who is taking part in these conversations. So as the German government, we're also sponsoring a dozen fellows who we're sending to the IGF and supporting for a year. Yeah, so we're trying to look within and beyond the frameworks that are known to us so far.
Maybe I'll ask Nigel what is the same question. What is the long-term strategy?
Yeah, yes, thank you very much. And, you know, absolutely, I think the WSIS process is a process. And there are lots of processes going on. It's important for the reasons that people have set out. It's important in that it has to, if you like, uphold the mandate and extend the mandate of the Internet Governance Forum, which we think is very important. The WSIS Forum should also look at development. It should look at how the action lines that were adopted in 2003 can be updated, can reflect the society we have today. And it also should say more about the role of stakeholders, because this is what has changed. What has become more and more apparent since 2003 and 2005 is the critical role that stakeholders play in this whole process. The internet would simply, the internet society, the way the internet is developing would not happen without the cooperation, without the contribution of all stakeholders. And that has to be recognized. We're not going back to multilateral processes. We need to evolve what we have. We need to expand what we have. We need to ensure that as we go forward, that stakeholders of all types have a role in the future of the internet. And that's what that must be our vision as we go forward. So these are critical discussions. There will be more critical discussions to have, but the role of stakeholders is critical in that.
We'll open it up for questions now, having seen. So I'll ask if there's any questions online, or we may be no questions online. If there are any questions here in the audience, please come forward. I have questions for 2, and then we cut off maybe 3.
Hi, I'm Farzan Abadi. So we talk a lot about cooperation, but cooperation on what and to what end goal? And another thing that I wanted to raise is we have many regulatory frameworks and legal issues that affect the open and global internet. And I applaud Germany for being so vocal about open internet and wanting to respect human rights on the internet. The problem is that locally, even in Germany, we have seen in some situations that some of the rulings by the court can affect the open global internet. So I'm just wondering, how can we actually address these issues and talk to different government departments to talk to each other to, raise awareness about why certain critical properties of the internet should be accessible to everybody to keep the internet global.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyway, oh, well, let's listen to 2 more questions and then we decide what we pick. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for good work. I'm Maria, and I'm in charge of the Swedish National Research and Education Network, but I was working for the Swedish government some time ago. Good to see you, Nigel, again. Keep it up. Anyway, thank you very much for good work, and I think it's very important what you're doing. And as Nigel says here, the cooperation between the technical community and all stakeholders involved in this is very important. But and of course, as you say, Marlene, we should really on the local level also try to engage with the government. But my question was more like also you between the governments, because if we have a good, good voice from the local communities to our governments, and it's also important that you governments, so Germany, talk to your Swedish colleagues and to the UK colleagues and so on. So I'm happy that you two are here, but there are more countries in the EU. So I just want to know whether you have a chat together. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Hello, Narani Nipuna from Links. I have one comment and a question. And I'm someone who's not so much involved with this anymore, but I used to be very much. My comment is about the IGF and, obviously the importance of keeping the mandate of the IGF. But I think one of the things we struggled with when I was on the MAG was also getting, we would come and report back to the technical community, and there were a few passionate people in the technical community who would get involved, but it was always difficult to get that real engagement from like people from this conference, for example, from these communities. And I think that needs to be, it's easy for me to say now that I'm not on the MAG, but I think we need to try actually to make the IGF not just relevant for policy people and for governments, but actually add content in there that makes it interesting for people in these communities to engage in that different forum where you discuss policy matters, but not separated from technical issues. And I think sometimes we tend to separate those two things. But if we want technically knowledgeable and clueful people to engage in these processes, we need to recognize that these matters are interlinked. So that was just a general comment. And then I just have a very quick question to ISOC. In the past, you put together these really super useful matrices that covered all the different topics that were relevant, and you provided guidance through those matrices. And I know a lot of people, me including myself, I would use them when I spoke to my governments, my regulators. Super useful. Will you be doing it again? Thanks.
So I'll take the first question to Internet Society. Yeah, the short answer is yes, we're doing it again. We had the recent matrix that we circulated about the GDC, but also for national issues or regional issues. In recent years, we've developed internet impact briefs, and we hear from the community that actually, while those are helpful, that in-depth analysis is maybe too in-depth for a quick update and reading lines. So we take on this feedback, and it's something we're very actively working to bring back in a big way. So yeah, thank you for the comment.
Thank you for the questions. I'm here until tomorrow morning, so if you want to discuss in detail off the stage, yes, please. I think there's some very difficult questions that I'm not going to be able to answer, like how do you pass on technical knowledge to judges? I know the rulings you're talking about, and they are difficult. I think, this is a central thing. Education on technical infrastructure is really difficult. And I think the people in this room play a difficult role because you're both translating towards policy, but you're also translating to your own people, so to the technical people who are properly doing the back end. It's not like you can give a technical sort of briefing to every judge in every, regional court. But yeah, we'll need, this is not the first time this has been discussed, but there is a need for kind of broader information available to people in decision-making positions. On the second question on how do governments talk to each other, I can tell you that within the German government, we have regular chats between the different ministries, and that on the EU level, we come together twice a year. And now that the Polish Council presidency is making internet governance its big issue, we will be talking even more than we already do, including with the Swedes.
Yeah, yes, if I may, just 2 points, and I'll try not to be too controversial. We need to talk to friends. It's always good to talk to friends. Well, I mean, I don't have many, but I just talk to anyone. but it's also good to talk to non-friends, if you see what I mean. So the dialogue we have to have as countries has to be wide. It has to be across the board. The UK has a strategy of trying to engage, whether we're engaging at G20, G7 or wherever, because we need to ensure that all the countries that come to the UN at least understand where we're coming from, at least try and appreciate the different viewpoints that countries have. So engagement, I think, is absolutely critical, and it's really great to hear the European Union coming forward with this strategy. On the Internet Governance Forum, let me just say that the annual IGF is a meeting which encompasses such a wide range of stakeholders. But the UN IGF is not the only vehicle. Where the technical community really has an impact, and I've seen this, is in the national and regional initiatives. There's only over 150 national and regional IGFs and youth IGFs. Nearly not obviously every day of the week, but every week of the year, there's a national or a regional IGF going on. And invariably, the technical community in those countries, in those regions, are contributing to that. They're contributing to the knowledge base, they're contributing to the understanding of what they do nationally, globally, and regionally. And here we have to thank the Internet Society, we have to thank organizations like ICANN for contributing to these initiatives.
And not to forget RIPE.
And of course, RIPE as well, yeah. And no, I mean, the IRs have played a great role in this as well. And this is why, I said at the yesterday that, it's so important to engage, wider than just your own area, because this is where the internet governance ecosystem plays out.
Wonderful. With that, our speakers, esteemed speakers and panelists will be here with us around today if you have additional questions, but just to thank Tala, Nigel, Callum, and Marlene for their excellent presentations and engaging with us. So a huge round of applause. Okay, if you didn't have enough of internet governance, well, bear with us. Our next speaker is a very well known to us, Chris Buckridge with Buckridge Consultants, and he'll be talking to us about building on this topic, how to find governance model that work today.
Thanks, Desiree. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Buckridge. I have a few hats on these days, but mainly I'm an independent consultant and analyst. And I'm here to talk about a project that I'm currently working on and to, basically ask a favor on your behalf, on my behalf. Maybe I'm pressing the wrong one. No, that one. There we go. About me, I know probably most of you in this room, but for the ones who don't, as I mentioned, I'm an independent consultant working in internet governance and digital policy. Spent the last 20 years or so working for regional internet registries. I'm now on the board of ICANN and a number of other internet governance institutions, including the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the Internet Governance Forum. So very interesting to hear the IGF discussed here and how that's playing out. Some recent work I've been involved in, I was author of a paper for Centre on multi-stakeholder governance and a co-author of a paper that was published by the DNS Research Federation earlier this year on the practical impact of the Internet Governance Forum. Now, this project that I'm talking about is a study that's been commissioned by the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, CIRA. And it's very much looking forward to the WSIS review and to these ongoing discussions about multi-stakeholder internet governance and what this will look like after WSIS. I'm going to diverge a little from the slides here. When we're talking about WSIS, I think a lot of the focus currently is naturally on what have we achieved? What's actually been achieved by the World Summit on the Information Society? And I think there are a lot of people in the technical operational community who would say, well, it hasn't really done much for me, hasn't really affected my work or what I do. And I think there's an element of truth to that. What I think we have achieved, which is really in some ways remarkable and improbable in 2003, 2005, is that we went into the United Nations, into a very diplomatic government area, and we had that technical operational community recognized as a distinct entity. Now, not just that, we actually had an agreement from those governments that the model that we had pioneered in the technical community, open, inclusive, bottom-up, would actually be the fundamental basis of internet governance going forward. Even more improbably, that's lasted for about 20 years. So that hasn't always worked out to be that ideal, but we have always had that Tunis agenda, the outcome of the World Summit on the Information Society, to point back to and say, hey, you agreed multi-stakeholder approach is the way to do this. Now, that's great, but I think as Tala mentioned before, if we look around right now, the landscape is very different today than it was in 2003 and 2005. We need to make the case again, and we need to make it in an evolved, modulated way that multi-stakeholder governance is still the appropriate and best way to actually address these challenges of digital governance. At the same time, we need the internet technical community to be there and making that case. And at the same time, making the case that over the last 20 years, we haven't been sitting on our hands. We've actually been looking at mitigating and addressing some of the vulnerabilities that go along with a multi-stakeholder model, whether that's capture by certain actors or a lack of inclusivity or a lack of diversity, or even the ability of one actor to steer things off in a funny direction. We've worked on that. We've produced some really important advances in how to address those risks, but we haven't necessarily been so active in the UN discussions as to make that case and present the work that we've done. So this paper with Sarah, what we want to do is reach out to the internet technical community and hear back from you on what is a multi-stakeholder model, what are the fundamental elements that are necessary to a multi-stakeholder model if it's going to work, what are the pain points, what are the risk areas or the vulnerabilities that you're aware of, that you see and have witnessed in the last 2 decades, and what are some of the ways that we've actually addressed those, we've actually mitigated those risks. And in doing this, in pulling all of this information together and putting it into a paper, what we want to do is try and assemble not a comprehensive overview of the technical community's perspective, but at least some sort of coordinated perspective, some coordinated understanding of why the technical community still sees multi-stakeholder governance as essential in the internet space. And that can be then pushed forward into venues like the IGF, the CSTD, the UN General Assembly discussions as we go into this year of multiple WSIS +20 related discussions. So this is where I beg a favor. It's a short survey, it's about 6 questions, but it's not a yes, no, tick a box kind of survey. It actually requires a little bit of thought and input. So I will deeply appreciate any responses to this survey and hope that you'll find some time in very busy schedules to actually take part. There is a QR code there. You can trust me, it takes you directly to it, but if you prefer to use a URL, that's also there. And I've also posted it in the Meet Echo chat. So if you want to go back and grab it from there later in the day, you're welcome to. The deadline is 15 November. I probably shouldn't say it, but there's a good chance we'll extend that out for a week or so beyond that, but that will absolutely be the hard deadline. so please do answer. The sooner you answer, the sooner I can get writing and putting this all together. So I would appreciate the answers when you have the chance. And that's my final slide, and I'm going to leave this up here as long as they'll let me. But thank you very much for your attention, and thank you in advance for any responses to the questionnaire.
Thank you, Chris. I'm very happy to hear from you. Just a practical thing. So I encourage everybody to answer the questionnaire. And if you answer Chris' questionnaire, don't forget to answer also, which is the same deadline, the ICP2 questionnaire as well.
Excuse me, can we ask also name and...
Oh, it's from Hervé Clément from the chair of the SOIC. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Hervé. I heartily endorse your request as well.
No more questions? Okay, fine. Desiree.
So moving on, I hope you all fill in this questionnaire and help out Chris do it as fast as possible. Our next speaker is Jim Reed, and I hope that he's in the room. If not, we will try and find him, or ask, or shift. Maybe we'll just shift the order of speaking if Jim is not here yet. I believe he thought he might be the last person on the agenda. Right, counting once, twice. Okay. We'll wait for Jim. He uploaded his slides, and you can look at them online, and he's also going to be here the rest of the RIPE 89. I would then very much like to ask Hisham to come and take the floor and talk to us about engagement with governments, and then we'll follow up with the rest. Hisham, the floor is yours.
It's always good to know that you're the second choice, right? When the first accidents show up, then yeah, come up stage, do your talk. Anyways, for those of you that don't know me, thank you. You're too kind. Thank you. For those of you don't know me, my name is Hisham Ibrahim. I work for the RIPE NCC. I am the Chief Community Officer, and that has a lot of different departments under it, but the one that I'm specifically talking about is the one that deals with public policy and internet governance. For those of you that were at services yesterday, you might have heard me talk a little bit about it and promised to go into a little bit more detail here, which is what I plan to do. I also gave a shout out to this talk in Security Working Group if you were there. This is a slide that we built earlier this year ahead of our Brussels roundtable, and it's a slide that myself and the comms team have put in every slide deck that we have presented since. It's aimed to show the who we are accountable for in front of as a RIR, right, as RIPE NCC. Because we're accountable to the community as its secretariats. We facilitate the discussions and implement the policies that are set by the community here. But we're also a membership-based organization, which means we are accountable to our members under Dutch law in that sense, being neutral towards our members and treating everybody equally. We also are required to comply with EU and EU law and Dutch law as well. As an organization established in the Netherlands, we need to be following those, right? And it applies directly to us. But we also need to understand the implications of other national legislations that apply to our members. We have membership across 70 plus countries in our service region. And while we might not be directly affected by the, we might not have to comply with all the legislations in all the different jurisdictions in our service region, our members have to, and we need to keep that in mind. We're also part of a global system, so we play a role as an RIR. We also manage and operate K-Route and other stuff in the wider internet governance sphere of things. Now, as I was saying, we have a very large service region, 70-something countries that are quite diverse and have very different regulations and laws. And what we're seeing lately is a lot more interest. I mean, this whole session is about that, right? The increased interest from government in understanding how the internet functions and operates for a bunch of different reasons, including the growing geopolitical tensions and advancing digital agendas. And we're just seeing this interest increasing, and we don't see it going away anytime soon. So collaborating with government, and this is a message that's been echoed so far, collaborating with governments is really crucial for them to understand how operations of the internet work and to help them make better, well-informed public policy in this area. I think this is a message everybody in this room would agree with. Now, to mention quickly our approach to engagement, and I'm mindful of time, so I'll run through these very quickly. You might have seen this slide where it basically starts from the bottom right of us producing insight and information based on what we can leverage and use that to engage with the community, build better training courses, and also directly engage with the government. And we use all three of these as tools when we go and talk with government about what we can offer them and how we can actually cooperate. This has been a very useful strategy. We've had this for years, and we continue to use that. And the stars indicate that these are top priorities for the company. They've been priorities for the past 2 years, and they're the priority for next year as well. So being resilient in face of political and legislative changes is a key thing that we want to do moving forward. Engaging with government is a way to do so. Now, again, I said I'm going to show these very quickly. We produce a lot of reports in multiple languages, leveraging the fact that we have data and insights into the internet operations. We use that through different mechanisms. For example, we host a number of roundtables throughout our service region. We actually have MOUs with a lot of different organizations across a bunch of different sectors across the entire service region, from internet governance associations and groups to ministries, to regulators, to intergovernmental organizations, and even national crime agencies as well. And if you look at the list, which is published on the website, if you go to that URL, you're going to find the complete list, which we report transparently on. We also contribute to consultations, a lot of discussion about GDC here, which was a big part. This is a list only of this year that the RIPE NCC has contributed towards. You can see GDC mentioned a few times here, but there was also other work that we contributed towards, like NetNoDL, the internet that we want, even the Dutch consultation that was run on IPv6 and standardizations there. Because the goal for us here is maintaining good relationships with governments, technical bodies, and standardizing bodies. I'm reporting here a little bit of some of the questions that we get through these engagements, being transparent to the community. We have processes that we report on this, so all the roundtables, all the different engagements that we do, we have reports available online. But I'm trying to show some of the questions that we get now, some of the information that we get requested for, and how that's working so far. And then the key bit here is moving forward. So anyways, some of the topics that come up. First is the politicization and the monetization of internet resources. Now, as a community, we understand that the use of country codes in the databases is purely administrative, indicative of where you get the registration papers from, which is what we record in the database. However, it is seen by governments as national sovereign resources, because these are my resources, and today they have a monetary value, or today they actually indicate that you are recognizing this area or not recognizing that. We've seen these discussions in this community over the past years, and this is an increasing tone that we're hearing more and more from governments. We get calls on a regular basis, especially towards the end of the billing cycle when we shut down LARs due to the process that we have. Governments calling us saying, why did I just lose 500K worth of IP addresses of my national resources, right? Asking us to justify that, which is something that we only can point at our procedures, but we cannot provide more information there. But they want to get more involved, and they feel that this is something that they want to. In fact, some governments have active mechanisms of monitoring these resources, and whenever a transfer happens, for example, we get a call the next day. Oh, and no matter how many times we try to explain this, I have a couple articles that we've done this, it's still a persistent topic that keeps on coming up. Sanctions. So, well, actually, the transfer market and the leasing market and how this is playing out in the business side of things, which we all understand here. However, there's also implications on this from other parties that are watching this, especially governments, because governments have implemented certain sanctions. The EU does, and we fall under that. So what we have to do, our PNCC is required to freeze these resources. And the reason why we fall under that is because of the economic gain that potentially comes from transferring resources, right? So there's interest there from them to understand also the implication of sanctions, how that plays out when sanctions is lifted. What does that mean? Are people that are meant to not gain economically, are they gaining when they lift the sanctions? Do they actually make money after that? We're getting more and more questions of this in an attempt for them to understand how effective their measures that they're taking are. Now, we report transparently now about this. We put aggregates of what is happening there. They're very much welcoming the compliance and how we're reporting on this. They're actually using it as an example of great compliance and great cooperation. But again, we keep on getting asked more and more questions. Now, under the same markets and transfer bit, we're seeing also acquiring IP addresses. And I mentioned we produce a report. Now, we're seeing this from everybody. We're seeing this from members. We're seeing this from non-members, community members, ISPs, enterprise, but also from governments, right? And one of the concerns that we've heard, especially in the UN spheres, is the fact that have the policies that were set by this community, have they actually helped or have they actually widened the digital divide? Does this now put more of a burden on emerging technology, economies to pay a lot of money towards economies that are a lot more mature and just had benefited out of having all these resources before? And we need to also have these discussions with governments. Now, there's a lot of words on this slide. I'm not going to go through all of it, but the point of it is, as I'm sure most of you here in the room know, if not all of you, we maintain the RIPE registry and we keep that accurate and up to date. That contains all private and public information of the resources that we've allocated throughout our service region. Now, there's the RIPE database that provides a public view of some of the registry data there. Right now, we see a lot of confusion between the two and people going, well, you don't know who your customer are, or that information is not up to date. Now, if you were in several sessions, Hans-Peter went to the mic and clarified that. There's really good answers, more than I have time to give on this, but we are seeing this confusion between the two. Now, one of the areas here is also LEAs. So LEAs come with this going, well, maybe you need to be able to do more in this database area. We explain to them the process. We explain that the RIPE NCC does not voluntarily provide non-public information. There's actually a RIPE document on this. It's 675 that actually explains that you need to be able to obtain a Dutch court order for us to release that information, and everybody else goes to the process known as MLAT, to those that know this process. Now, all of this is fine until now. Yes, we're getting a lot of questions. We're handling this with the process that are there. However, looking ahead, things are beginning to change. And this is what I wanted to highlight here. So, e-evidence. E-evidence is a regulation that is meant to have a framework for streamlining the cross-border access of electronic evidence in criminal investigations. This is a good thing. It's meant to help law enforcement agencies find the perpetrators and actually solve cybercrime faster. This will require us to review the document that I just mentioned, right? Because the document clearly just now mentions getting a Dutch court, whereas this opens it up to more EU countries. And everybody else goes through an MLAT process. Now, the catch here being, we do not just serve the EU countries. Like I mentioned, we have 70-something countries in our service region. This benefits 20-something of them, leaves 50-something still having to go through other hoops. Now, and how much the governments of those countries would like that, that's something to be seen. Data protection. So again, being an organization established in the Netherlands, we follow GDPR. You all guys all know that, and we adhere to that. However, there are other data protection regulations that currently exist throughout our service region. Now, while they might directly or legally, the NCC might not have to legally comply with them, we need to take into considerations that our members do. And us being in the supply chain of these members, we need to also think of them, as I mentioned, right? And their compliance mechanisms in front of their government. And what does not complying mean for them? Another one is NIS2, again, another framework that is designed by the EU to strengthen cybersecurity across essential and important sectors, expanding on the original NIS document. Basically talks about reporting on reporting obligations on things with a broader range, as, which are like incident reporting and other stuff that is mandated now for us to do certain time frames. Now, NIS2 applies directly to many of our members. And the RIPE NCC is still assessing the applicability of NIS2 on the different services that we're doing today. And in the meantime, the RIPE NCC, and you probably heard this in other working groups, the RIPE NCC has got a SOC 2 Type 1 assurance report in an attempt to actually comply with industry norms rather than having to just demonstrate compliance through regulation. And ideally, this is something that can help us with these discussions with the governments as well. Now, like I mentioned, these things might benefit a subset of our service region, but not our entire service region, which will put us in difficult discussions with 50-something countries across our service region if we do not, as a community, and the membership and the NCC, figure out ahead of time, like we normally do, how we want to deal with this in a fair way across our service region. And like I said, while the NCC itself may not legally require to comply with each country's specific regulations, the members within those jurisdictions must adhere to them, and we need to take that into account. Now, a suggested way forward, and I'm down to my last slide, what we've been thinking of in the Public Policy and Internet Governance Department is that the RIPE NCC should work together with its members to establish principles for a holistic, transparent, legally compliant information sharing framework. Now, basically a front door approach that we can transparently publish on our website and make it known what the process is, who will benefit from this, and how that actually works. Now, that approach should, this is our suggestions, this approach should incorporate transparent mechanisms of reporting this to the community if something like this were to happen. Now, this also should take into account the compliance requirements of RIPE NCC's members throughout our service region. This is a starting point. I'd love to hear thoughts and ideas. This is something that I know we will not be able to conclude during this short time of the working group, which needs to go to the mailing list, but I would love to hear more thoughts on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hickson. Okay, the first critical question, Jim is here, so please be awkward. You want a question also?
Sorry for stealing your spot,
Yes.
Jim.
Hisham, I think this is a very good idea, and I think there's going to be a lot of work required in this particular area, and you're to be commended for identifying this is an area that needs a lot more attention and focus. So more power to your elbow here. It's going to take a while to sort this out, and we really need to think about the potential implications of all of this stuff. As we spoke about this earlier in the week, I thought that part of the solution this might be to have someone in the Dutch authorities who sort of act as an intermediary between some of the member states we're dealing with to say that, yes, this is a genuine request for a police force in some obscure part of our service region, and then give the approval to access the data or not, as the case may be. But that's just me thinking off the top of my head. But I think we first of all need to get a clearer understanding of what the problem space is, and then understand what the potentials, excuse me, what the potential solutions might look like.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, thanks for that, Jim.
And Jim is our next speaker, so name and affiliation not necessary for you.
My name and affiliation is Jim Reid, RTFM LLP.
Yeah. No, thanks for that, Jim, and thanks for the suggestion. Indeed, I didn't want to come with any proposed solutions. I agree with you. We need to define what the problem statement is and how we want to tackle that, and then go into solutions. But the ideas that you're mentioning and anything else anybody would propose are needed so that we can find our way. Alex, please.
Alex de Jode, AMS-X. I've been doing a lot of work in the past with handling abuse. The Dutch government does not like private companies to interact with foreign, so non-Dutch law enforcement agencies. So I think it's very clear e-evidence needs to be implemented so the 27 EU countries can use the front door and the rest have to use the MLET process, which basically is what Jim stated. They will see, they will look what is a valid request, and they will put it forward to you and you have to answer those questions. You could help those foreign police authorities by pointing them to the IRC, which is the Internationale Rechtshulpcenter, which basically is the organization within Amsterdam from the Amsterdam police that deals with foreign requests. So you can expedite things, but you cannot deliver the data.
Yeah, no, thanks for that.
Sorry, Farzan Abadi. So my question, one of the principles that we have to consider here is to like the scope of the work, and you keep saying information sharing, and that in other fields, it's very wide, and we have to be careful. And another thing, another comment is that if these countries feel that IP sources is their national resources, what have we been doing in WSIS? Participating, like have we achieved, like do they really believe in the global internet?
I think you made a good comment in the previous panel about different agencies talking to each other within the same governments, right? And as for the use of information, I consider data, but then as a techie, it didn't feel right for me.
Hello, I've got a question on the chat. From a journalist, Monica Emret, how would the RIPE CC deal with requests from LEAs that might be in violation of European fundamental rights?
Which is a very fair and good question. Again, I'm not proposing a solution at this point in time. What I'm saying is this is a space that we need to look into. And I know there's not going to be easy answers to that, but I would rather we do this now and look at this as a community and what we feel comfortable with, rather than finding, well, because the knee-jerk reaction, if I would just predict, is just like the EU regulates things, that other countries would end up regulating in their countries as well. And then either us, well, we don't have to follow their regulation, but our members do. But then where does that leave us as an organization when it comes to engaging in these countries? Can I actually send staff into those countries if we are considered by them to be breaking any laws or any regulations? What does this mean to our members? Can they continue to be members? There's at least one country in our service region that has today a law that says you cannot deal with foreign agencies today. And I don't want more of those to happen without our services. I consider a big part of my role is to keep the service region together.
So Brian Nisbet, HGNS, hopefully this is a simple question. This is a simple question with a straightforward answer, if it's okay. I just, not trying to come to a solution today, but what are your timelines? When would you like to have a solution or a plan?
I'll take this immediately after this to the mailing list, and then we can figure out the way forwards. This is, again, just to gauge interest here, which I see from the queue. There's a lot of interest in having this discussion.
Is there time for one more? Yeah. Trade Arley, Accenture. I, in my copious spare time, have been opening tabs about the new UN Convention on Cybercrime. Do you have some thoughts to share? Because it seems apropos.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. And that's also something that we're looking into. So thanks for mentioning that as well. I won't take more of Jim's time. So thank you all very much, and looking forward to talking on the mailing list.
Jim, you have already been announced.
Okay.
You'll talk to us.
Right.
So please,
So
the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. My apologies for having stepped out of the room a little bit earlier this afternoon. And I'm up against a deadline and the coffee, so I better be quick. I just want to give a quick update on what happened at WTSA, which is the main decision-making body for ITUT, the telecom sector of the International Telecommunications Union. Okay, is that better? Thank you. Right. So ITU has a meeting every 4 years for the telecom sector called WTSA, where they set out the remit for all the study groups, the leadership positions, and all the rest of it for the next study period of 4 years. They decide who's going to be the chair of these meetings. They discuss changes to the resolutions, which essentially are the building blocks for ITUT. And it's important, in my view, that ISTAR is present in these meetings, because they need to, first of all, keep an eye on what's happening there and call in friendly governments when things are happening there which are perhaps not in the best interests of the internet. A difficulty here is that ITU is a membership organisation. It's driven by member states, and it's very difficult for outsiders to have much participation in that. Even if you participate as a sector member, you're pretty much pushed to the back of the room and told, shut up and speak when you're spoken to. Leave us alone while the member states are speaking. So they just finished the last WTSA in Delhi last week, and the results for a change were actually fairly good. There wasn't much in the way of controversy. The biggest controversy came from our friends from Russia. So there were proposals to put forward some Russian candidates for leadership positions. Ukraine objected. Surprise, surprise. 70 or 80 countries said, we support Ukraine. And Russia then demanded a vote, something that's never, almost unheard of in ITU settings. They tried to do things in consensus. And again, the Russians lost the vote. And at that point, the Russian head of delegation really went out on a limb. He called everybody who voted against them as neo-Nazis. That was really nasty. And in actual fact, somebody who was actually listening to the Russian audio of what was going said that the rant was even more extreme than that. The translators were actually doing it to try and soften some of the language there. So we just let them rant, and it had no further input on things other than the fact that maybe people should complain about this is not the appropriate way for collegiate behaviour in an ITT setting. Oops, I've got to go back one. Oh, yeah, not to worry. So a couple of resolutions came out. Probably the most satisfactory one from our point of view was Resolution 64 on IP version 6. So there were changes to that, almost to the point of having radical changes, surgery with a chainsaw. So initial text was talking about allocation and management of IPv6 resources. That was taken out of the title of the resolution. There's a lot of discussion around things to do with security. And when the internet-friendly member states said, well, what do you mean by security in an IPv6 setting? What's so special about IPv6 from a security standpoint? The proponents of that text couldn't give an explanation. So the move was then says, well, if you can't understand it, take it out. Yay. Another important thing that came out of that text was there's an introduction of another clause that says that the RIRs are the key stakeholders in the management of IPv6 resources. Now, this should mean that it'll be very, very difficult for ITU member states and sector members to try and do some of the stunts they were doing before about encouraging ITUT to get involved in the management of IP address resourcing. They've still got a role in terms of things like capacity planning and so on, but that's effectively it. ITU's still got a role there in raising awareness. One of the most vexed issues that's been going on in ITUT for a long time now is Res 96, which is to do with anti-counterfeiting measures. And this is a problem because it makes references to the digital object architecture, Bob Kahn's handle system. Now, this should not appear anywhere in an ITU resolution because it's a proprietary protocol, and we don't see anything unless reference to specific technologies in other resolutions. 2 member states would not back down on this, and that meant there was no consensus, so we couldn't get that text taken out. Even when we explained to those member states, you're asking to keep something which you know is broken and incorrect. Please think of the damage you're doing both to yourselves and also to the good reputation of ITUT, if you think ITUT has a good reputation. So no consensus, no change there, but we think we might have a way forward for the future. On internationalized domain names, nothing much happened there. the text pretty much was left alone. ITU has been told you've got no real role here, but you can do capacity building, raising awareness, and engagement with other stakeholders such as ICANNs and ICANN, CCTLDs, and so on. But there's still no operational role for ITUT, and I think that's a very good thing. The other good news is new IP, and that appears to be completely dead now at the ITUT. There was no mention of it at the last WTSA, and there was no mention of it again this time round. And I've now since heard is that the proponents of new IP, that group at Huawei has been dismembered and it no longer exists. Richard Lee, who was the CTO of that group, has been moved into academia now. So I think as far as Huawei is concerned, this is a dead duck and it's not going to get anywhere. So special thanks. Joyce Chen from APNIC, Ina Boner and Nate Davis from ARIN did a great job representing the interests of the internet community and especially the RIR community at these meetings, and liaised with many stakeholders, particularly from the internet-friendly member states. They also got some backup from ICANN and a little bit from ISOC. There was a lot of cooperation from the Five Eyes, EU member states, Japan, and so on. So there's a broad consensus about trying to keep ITUT in a very short rope. And also a special thanks to Marco Hogewoning, who chaired some of those sessions. Some of you remember Marco from his time when he was working for the RIPE NCC. And with that, I'm done, and you can all run off to the coffee now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, for staying here with us. So questions to him at the coffee break. Thank you all. The meeting's adjourned.
update about kind of the NOGs within our region. We have 36 NOGs within our service region. They come in all different shapes and sizes. We have some that are monthly meetups. We have some that are full commercial events. It's a whole host. So we're certainly not one to dictate what a NOG is. If it's a mail list, if it's a chat, or if it's a full-blown event, they're all no NOG left behind. They're all equal. The oldest NOG in our region is SWENOG. That started in the year 2000. I put the newest TBD because there are always new NOGs cropping up. Net London had its first event Net UK, sorry, had its first event this year. There's also been a lot of stuff happening within Turkey to go try and get TurkNOG up. So there's a whole host of new ones. So I don't like to pinpoint one as the newest. And today we will be having I'm one slide early. We're on, what do we do as the MCC? We provide financial support. We have up to €1,500 a year for each NOG to help with organising the events, things along those lines. We provide speakers for the events. We provide content. We do workshops with L&D. So we'll have a workshop the day before or the day after. And I organise a lot of the support for NOG organisers. So that's the spiel out of the way. Now I will welcome on stage our illustrious guest, and I would like to thank the PC for letting me live out my late night talk show fantasies. So welcome to the stage. We have Maria, Sander, Andre, Jan, Johanna, and Patrick. Woo! And now I can sit down, which is what I'm happy about. Oh, Andre's coming in, running in from the back. Andre's also technical here, so he's a master of many. What I will do, I will pass this one to you and one to you. I will just get my lovely guests to give a quick intro about what NOG they represent and kind of what's happening. Well, actually, what NOG you represent.
Okay, hi. I'm here representing the Spanish Network Operators Group as NOG, and also with another hat, the SIG NOG, which is the Research and Education NOG somehow, the Special Interest Group for Network Operation Centers, which are quite different from each other, but both of them are kind of network operators discussions.
Yeah, yeah, and that kind of touches on what I mentioned earlier, we don't define what a NOG is. It might not be a NOG by name, but it's still a group of people who get together. So in my eyes, they're all NOGs. Sander?
Hi, Sander Stefan, Global NOG Alliance. We're a not-for-profit foundation in the Netherlands who do all kinds of things helping NOG. So we're not a NOG ourselves, but we host NOG websites for free. We run mailing lists for free. We run Mastodon servers for NOGs. We actually have a webinar Zoom license we let other NOGs use to organize their meetings. So all that kind of stuff. And our most well-known project at the moment is Keep Ukraine Connected, helping the network operators in Ukraine.
Hello, my name is Patrick Bussmann. I represent the ENOG, which is the German network operator group, which is hosting a yearly conference in Germany, actually in 3 weeks. So if you're interested, is running several meetups throughout Germany and different organizations in there.
Hi, Johanna Eriksson, working at NetNode, so also not the NOG, but working as one. So we do IX, DNS, time, and security, but mainly have our NetNode meetings twice a year, and then smaller meetups and community activities, you can say. Yeah.
Jan George, chair of CNOG, Slovenian NOG, also the chair of the SE RIPE regional meeting, PC, and one of the founding members of Global NOG Alliance.
Thank you. Ondřej Celetka, chair of program committee of CSNOG, which is Czech and Slovak Network Operators Group, established in 2017.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. And I'll just ask the room, how many here are part of a NOG in some guise? Excellent. This is something that I think is quite important, because I feel that sometimes the RIPE region is seen as just with the Europe and the Middle East and Central Asia, and it's one community. But in reality, NOGs make up all of these communities, and we all have individual problems depending on geographical or age of the communities, things along those lines. So the topic of this is kind of focusing on the future of NOGs. I don't know who wants to take it first. I'm going to open it up, but looking at the future, where do you think NOGs play a role in the coming 3, 4, 5, even 10 years? What do you think a NOG is going to evolve into? Do you think it's going to stay like this, or is it going to change into more social meetups or things along those? So I'll open it up to anyone who wishes.
I'll start. Like it's the I think well, I'm not sure if it's the future, but it may just be wishful thinking. But one of the things that worries me a lot is young people coming into the community, learning the core of the technology we're working with. So I see a lot of young people being trained in a specific vendor's CLI, but they don't know what's underneath it. And I think NOGs have a really important role in making sure that this core knowledge is not lost.
Okay, so I have a microphone. So in my case, yeah, we are still consider ourselves still quite a young NOG, so we are still in the phase of like growing up, and we would really like to grow a little bit up, because yeah, so far we have the people that are easy to attract because we already know them. You know, it's like if I set up a NOG and I would invite all of you here, people from the RIPE meeting, that's the easy thing. But there are lots of people that don't go to RIPE meetings, and it's really hard to find those people. So this is our biggest challenge, and this is our hope that we will, as a CS NOG, somehow attract them. In our case, because our NOG is covering 2 countries, but it's run by Czech people virtually. So we put S into name because we really want to attract Slovaks, because we understand their language, they understand our language, but it's really hard to find people from that community there. So we really hope for CS NOG that this will get better over the time.
I agree with what both of you have said. Just to expand on it, I think NOGs have, especially in the post-COVID area, a vital and responsibility that we need to look at. So that we're living in a world where more and more people interact exclusively online, don't get out to the communities anymore. We see less and less new people coming into the communities. And the way NOGs are set up uniquely in the countries, they have a responsibility to ensure they have a low entry barrier so that we get people into the community, that we have people actually engage and network and talk to each other, best case in person again. And then also an aggregation layer on top of that. It's like not everyone can go to RIPE meetings, not everyone can go to IGF meetings. Going to policy meetings is hard, is difficult, is time consuming, and it takes years to understand. So to be the, and even then, to be the aggregation layer of transporting that down to the communities and the local networks, I think that's one of the key values.
I totally agree, but also adding content. How can we have good content that attracts the golden oldies, but also the new people that maybe not always students, but also people coming in new in a company and maybe are not the first person who will be sent to an event. How we can reach them, how we can use content in a better way. So we're not having a presentation for that event. We usually put it out on our YouTube channel, kind of using a blog, or I don't know, but at least we try to see how we can use the content in a better and better way, and sustainability as well. Travel all over the world. I don't know, maybe not the best. And how could we as NOGs work like for the future? Then we need to think more sustainability and open.
Okay, well, I see like many challenges coming forward, like in the next 5 to 10 years. One of them for us is growing too much. It can be dangerous because we are growing right now. We are in the process of attracting more people, which is great. But how many people do we want to attract, and what kind of people do we want to attract? Because there is a danger to lose this balance we have now between technical staff and sponsors that are happy to come to the meetings because we are technical guys that are in charge of technical things that they can also offer us. So for us, it's a little bit dangerous in the next years to grow too much, maybe dangerous to lose this technical stuff. Feeling is also something we need to keep. And also, we have the danger of not attracting all the technical guys in the NOCs. I mean, some big companies don't understand that the technical guy, the network guy, needs to go to a conference or a meeting. It's difficult to come to private meetings, but also going to the NOC meetings.
Yeah. There's a few things that stand out there, especially what you said about what is the goal. Is it to just grow into this huge behemoth of a meeting? But what happens then is you then have to, because NOGs are not, events aren't cheap to put on, and you have that kind of hard point of finding sponsors, but to find sponsors, they often want something in return, which not always goes with the ethos of a NOG. Technical presentations and sales pitches are not always the most welcome at these kind of events. So I think it is a hard task to balance that. And I think Johanna, you mentioned young people. I think there's a problem that we have where we always equate to new people as young people, just out of university. So we're doing all the young people, young into the community doesn't necessarily mean young by age. And how do you, as organizers, look at things like getting junior people to attend? Do you see NOGs as that kind of, because to come to a RIPE meeting, often it's more senior staff, people who have been in the community longer, people who have been in the role longer. How do you see NOGs playing a position in kind of acting as that bridge to get younger people? It's less effort to go to a NOG because it's often local. I'll stop talking.
We have tried, and we have done smaller events in Sweden, and not only in Stockholm. We have done in Malmö, southern Sweden, where we see that younger or newer people in the business attend because it's not that far to travel, and it's cheaper and it's more accessible. So I think sometimes take the event to the people, to the attendees, instead of bringing them to us.
Well, in fact, I think that it's not just attracting young people or new people to the NOCs, it's attracting young people and new people to the network, because it's difficult even to find people to work at the network departments. It's quite impossible. We try to go to the universities, we try to send message to them, involve the professors, so they try to attract people, and even though we try, it's not always easy, but it's also for trying to find people to work in the network.
So for us it's quite easy. Basically, one of the co-organizers of a NOG is Arnes, that's the NRN, and the other co-organizer is the Faculty of Electrotechnics. So, and we last two meetings were held at the faculty. So, but to respond to your previous question, we don't have any issues with growth, because we started in 2008 as the IPv6 community that grew into the NOG, and we are 2 million people in the country. We are a pocket country, and having 100 people at the meeting, it's you have nowhere to grow. That's the number, and this community became a really good friends among, it's a big family. But what I wanted to add in about the future, interestingly enough, it started as a 2 days meeting full of presentations and everything, all bells and whistles. And then people started complaining, and then people started leaving after lunch. And then we went to the 1 day meeting, and then people were still complaining. They said, oh, I don't have time to take off work. I need to be in the NOC. I need to be somewhere. So now we have a format. We have afternoon meeting, and packed with the best presentations possible, and people come and stay until the end and stay for the social, because they can allow themselves one afternoon, right? Otherwise, if you spread good presentation across 2 days or one full day, then people is not happy.
Going back to the how do we get people in, I think there was a lot of good things said about we need to go into the communities, and I think it's a bit different depending on the country. If your country is basically one big city and everyone lives there anyway, then that's decently easy. If your country is spread about many cities, then you have to do more work there. The portion that I would like to add is it is also important for NOCs, at least in our opinion, to establish them as being that entity that does that. Because if you don't do it, someone else will fill that gap. And we've seen that happen. So we've seen companies step in and take that role and inviting the community to dinners and fancy drinks and all of that. And everyone appreciates that until the company goes bankrupt, it doesn't exist anymore. And then all the community meetings throughout the cities are gone by default. So having that responsibility, understanding that and building that up in a sustainable way, I think is important as an up.
Mm-hmm. So did you have anything? Oh, Andre?
Yeah, I might have a few points. First of all, the way we are growing this is that we basically are trying to, well, we are last time we implemented a few more tracks because, for instance, there are people that are dealing with regulatory issues. And, we as a technicals, we don't like to speak about regulatory issues. But in the end, it's necessary because you have to do it in your network. It's directly it's directly concerning you. And this is like, having a separate meeting for regulatory issues. I think the attendance will be close to 0. Yep. So what we basically do is that we do a separate track. So there are we have the main track is still like the network management issues. And then we have separated regulatory issues. And the third track that we invented last year, and it was also quite successful, was academic projects. Because again, academic institutions, they are meeting on their own, but having it co-hosted at the NOG event means that some people can also go there if the talk is better there. So this is something we tried for the first time this year. Mm-hmm. We are going to continue with this next year, and we hope this will help us. Basically, grow further. But we don't want to have 8 tracks at the same time. Yes,
I was going to say there's a fine line between that.
Yeah. And I wanted to say also another thing. Basically, the CS NOC was established. We have a competitors. We do have an events where lots of small ISPs, like in Czech Republic, especially, there is a very big amount of small Wi-Fi based ISPs, hundreds of them. There is already event that people go. Unfortunately, this event is commercial, and they have all the talks there are basically paid slot, and they are basically doing marketing stuff. And we went to that event and we found it boring, and we think we should get some better content to that. Mm-hmm. This was the reason why we set up the CS NOC, and we still sort of competing with these commercial conferences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the multiple track thing is an interesting an interesting viewpoint, because I was recently at Nanog, and they've started to do their second track is all workshops. So you've got that option to follow presentations or do workshops. Now, the flip side of that, as organizers, that becomes a lot to organize. And how do you all have a network of volunteers? Do you all do it? Because I know some people just do it all on their own. Do you find it a challenge for the looking out at our amazing community? Is this something that the RIPE community can help with to volunteer time? But I'm also aware no one has time anymore. So how hard is it to get active members to join kind of the organizing or PC or that kind of thing? Again, I'll open it up to anyone. I see Patrick looks like he's got a cog working in his head. So
okay, since I'm still holding the microphone, maybe I'll just answer first. Yeah, it is hard, especially for the program committee. Yeah, and I have to shame myself because I'm being chair and I'm not very active chair. I always like wake up, do a few things, and then I'm silent for weeks or months. Yeah, it is hard. WSIS has a luxury of having like the hosts are willing to provide their employees, which are basically professional event producers. By the way, it's also host of this right meeting, so you know those people. So we have this luxury, but of course, doing it like as a volunteer, even including product producing of the meeting itself, I cannot imagine that. No.
I think you're overestimating the amount of clockwork that is going on. But besides that, yes, we're fantastically happy about the amount of people that volunteer their time, the companies that allow them to do that. So everything at DNOG is run voluntarily. Everything is run by people who invest their company's time and their spare time, and it is tough, absolutely.
So the NetNode meetings is just the NetNode people and me that are running the events, but we actually are building a program committee at the moment. So our first real, or what to say, program committee with external people will be starting now, you can say. But I'm so happy, and it's because people have been so helpful and wants to join and wants to help. And I didn't think it would be that easy. I'm not saying easy before the first meeting happened, but people have very volunteered. And like we had a meeting 3 weeks ago, I had customer like picking up tables and moving around in the conference room the night before because he's so helpful. So I'm quite new. I'm not new at NetNode, but new as an event organizer. And I'm amazed how helpful people are. I know the whole community is very open and helpful, but I'm so moved how much help you can get just to ask.
I can actually second that. Our Keep Ukraine Connected project, we have volunteers who have their own company, drive their van around to pick up equipment that is donated, and then drive it all the way to Ukraine in their spare time. So
And pay for the gas.
yeah, we tried offering for paying for the gas, but they didn't want us to. You know, so it's when you're talking about the willingness of this community to help, amazing.
Okay, in our case, in both cases, in fact, SNOC and SIGNOC, it is totally voluntarily based. Yep. And we're lucky that we have volunteers and we do it voluntarily based, but in a very Spanish way. Sometimes someone works a lot and the others don't do much. Then the next time the others feel guilty, go do more than that. But in the end, it always works. When we go to Madrid, the guys in Madrid work more. When it is in Barcelona, I work more. It depends on the meeting. And sometimes it's quite Latin, I must confess, but it works. And the good thing is that now we have like 5 volunteers in SNOC, 5 volunteers in SIGNOC, and we all try to fill the gaps that the others cannot fill. So when you see someone is very busy or cannot do something, someone else is always going to back this person up.
So for us, it's easy. We have SINOC board that is quite active. They help with organizing things. We get stuff from Arnes, we get stuff from the faculty. So it's, I just need to learn to delegate more. That's the usual problem. But I see in the room many other NOC organizers. Maybe they could share.
Absolutely. If anyone in the room wants to jump up, just jump to the mic whenever. This is a
now with my PC hat on. This is a buff.
Yeah, absolutely. Jump in. Y'all can come up on stage if you want, but the lights are quite bright.
God. Sebastian Becker, part of DNOG, working for DT. I think one of the major points is if the community and as well the other people from the NOG appreciate the work that people want to give there. And it's shown to the community that people actually doing work that helps a lot. And it feels also for the others more comfortable to do things, and then finally also step up to the mic or do a presentation or so. So it's basically, you're rolling a lot of things up because people now are used to be maybe on the stage, can give presentations, and it goes more self-driven.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Alexis. I'm a member for French FRNOG with a fancy frog as a logo. Unfortunately, I'm not as positive as you seem to are about the future of NOGs. Network tend to become a commodity. People on the community tend to get older and older. Teaching of networking in institution is super, and when I say super, it's so badly taught that many people wouldn't like to do it as a career. And in other end, we are a small community. For this meeting, we are 600 at the best, and I will compare with Kubernetes conference that go in Paris. There were 12,000.
That's a terrifying number for a NOG.
The tool that's used on the community for communication is mainly SUPA. Only old people still using IRC. Only old people still using mailing lists. So the young generation just don't know at all that this kind of event exists.
Mm-hmm.
When you compare to development conference, for instance, in France, you have on many cities, and not only in Paris, despite you are a centralized country, multiple conf per month. You have a company who organize on their own dime some event after works. But in other hand, in France, when we speak about NOG and networking, you have 2 events per year, but it's full from half a day. So definitely, I'm really pessimistic for the devenir of the community.
Thanks.
If I'm, yes, I was going to say that maybe the scope is different. The Kubernetes conference has a lot of people that can be interested on that, and networking is like a smaller area. Maybe not so many people are. I even think that maybe we don't have so many people, as you mentioned, to the Kubernetes conference in the networking environment. So maybe the scope is different, and I would not like to go to more than 1,000 people. That's clear.
I think there are 2 parts to that. One, you're absolutely right. We need to be careful. If I change my hat and look at the American software company that I work for, half of the software engineers there believe the internet comes out of the Wi-Fi. It is like, I'm not sure if that translates well, but in Germany, a couple of years ago, we had the energy comes out of a plug out of the wall, and that's what everyone knows about. And the internet seems to be going in that direction. So even absolutely right. I see it a tiny bit different. I think NOGs have a insanely good position to change that. We need to be engaged with wherever the education happens, wherever the young people come into the companies. We need to be established as the ones where the companies want to send their people, then younger network engineers too. Then we have a good future. If we neglect that, then I agree.
Yeah, I wanted to also second the thing regarding people not caring about network or having it as a commodity. Yeah, witnessed it myself as well, because I'm also I'm still member of a student network club at Czech Technical University here in Prague, where students are running their own network in the dormitory. And when I joined in 2004, it was really like active students that are interested in like configuring Cisco switches and doing things, servers and as well. But 20 years later, the students just go to university and expect network to be provided by university, and they are super surprised that they have to pay membership fees to students organization in order to get internet in their dormitories. So it's like the number of active members that are keeping the network has lowered down to like 2 or 3, which is a quite sad story.
Hello, Costas from GRNOG, or even better.
Love that.
Yeah, so it just happened. A small rant, because unfortunately I will have to leave soon. Just a couple of points. Maria mentioned something about keeping somehow the expansion of the NOG controlled. We have managed to do that by introducing the term member of the NOG, and the only way we have this restriction is just to keep a relative audience. Just keep an audience that has the technical ability to follow up and not introduce a huge diversity in the people that come. Apart from that, organizing is tough. We are the so-called board that we are 4 people actively doing this. Plus, we have now a collaborator, an external collaborator, paid that to help us do this. Patrick also mentioned an excellent pass. I think we have managed to make the NOG the one place where you can find anyone in the industry. I mean, we have managed to gather everyone, and hopefully this will give us a good, let's say, future. Nobody can talk about the future, that's for sure. And this is a community, so it's voluntary. Hopefully, if you gather all the players together, this will give incentive to the people to keep coming. That's the only thing. So,
awesome, thank you.
Nice, thank you.
Vahan?
Okay, thank you, Vahan Ovsepian. I'm a staff member of IPNCC, also supporting the NOGs in the eastern part of our region. So just wanted to share the example of one of the most, let's say, experienced and successful NOGs in our region, the KZ NOG from Kazakhstan. They have started from Telegram group. And they have started from Telegram group a year after they have started the event itself. The year after, they have created an association of operators. And the same year, they were the head of this, the initiator of this NOG was elected as an advisory group member under the Ministry of their digital development, or whatever it is called. But the question is here also, in many cases, or in some cases, we say also, for example, the NOG is a non-formal group of operators or group of people that are coming together, right? But we see a lot of developments that lead them to the registration, like NANOG or this KZ NOG or etc. Do they still satisfied to this definition of NOG or not? Or can we push them to discuss only technical issues? Because when they are gathering, they are also discussing commercial issues, public policy issues, many issues, including from the weather to anything else. Yeah, that is maybe a question for the development of NOGs, and also to understand if we can help them maybe for if they are going, for example, to the policy development, because when they are gathered, the state is claiming them as a group and a voice of the industry, and also applying for them to discuss some policy development issues. Should we also support them in these policy development issues, or we should just be concentrated on the technical issues only? Thank you.
I think your sentence started with a very narrow definition of what a NOG is. NOGs are much more than that. There are NOGs that just meet up every week for beer. There are NOGs that are massive events. So, and I like it that way. I think it's good that every community does things in their own way, and I think we should embrace that.
Yeah, I will also. You've already jumped through all of my things. I might as well throw these away. But something I always like to say is we don't define what a NOG is. The community define. A NOG could be, as you say, it could just be a Telegram group. It could be a full formal event. I mean, the meetups we're seeing becoming more and more common, where it is a monthly social thing. So I always like to stress, like, there's no such thing as a NOG. Everything is a NOG, but nothing is a NOG. So love a nice confusing. Dinesh, maybe you've got some insight on this or thoughts on this?
I've got a few notes.
Nope, there's a note.
Okay. Dinesh Babuta from DNS OARC and PT NOG and the ex-UK NOF. I've learned a lot of things through the years of running UK NOF, especially in DNS OARC. And one of the things that I noted is that when you're deep in it, you don't take a step back and look at the wider picture. So one of the things that I would advise is take a step back, look at the wider picture, be dynamic about it. And the first thing is define what a NOG is. And there is no real definition of a NOG, but I would say that, if you want new entrants to the community, because really it's a community for collaboration. And if you want new entrants to the community, then you need to think about, in my opinion, what affects network engineering and operations, and what is affected by network engineering operations, and who it affects, and who's affected by it. So then you can then start thinking about, actually, what is NOG? Is it just people who are exchanging traffic, or is it the wider section of people? And then you can bring sort of, throughout the years, we've tried to stop people who are policymakers from coming in. But then actually policy affects network engineering and operations. So why don't we get them in? The other thing is that you've got education. So education policy. And if we are crying out for people to be engineers and go, engineering is sexy, networks are sexy, but we're not actually getting the policymakers in education to do that. So it's all about coding in the UK, for example. But, what about DNS infrastructure? What about network infrastructure? No one is concentrating on that. Also, the other thing that Maria said was about sponsors. I would say don't be scared of sponsors. Because the thing is that sponsors are there, and you've got to work with sponsors, because not only are they bringing you revenue that you can use to run the meeting, and they have a goal in mind, and you can work with them with that goal in mind, but also at the same time, you've got your sponsor restrictions in place, and they've got to work with you as much as you've got to work with them. I think that the PC should be aware of getting a balance between the high, mid, and low-level talks, because one of the issues we've seen through the years is that the PC are always choosing the higher level talks. So if you want new entrants, they're going to be put off. They'll come for the first time. I mean, every meeting you look at, be it the RIPE meeting, the NANOG meeting, even with OARC, you've got people who 30% are new entrants, first time attendees. So how do you convert them to regular attendees? Sorry, I'll finish soon. I'll finish soon. Just a few things.
I should have got a time card.
Yeah, of course. The main thing is NOGs have become a tied format. The RIPE meetings have become a tied format. NANOGs become a tied format. UK NOF was becoming a tied format. DNS OARC's become a tied format. So you need to change. You need to start experimenting with different ways of achieving the collaboration. Because again, I'll go back to my point. It's a community for collaboration. So one of the things that we've done with OARC is that we have our flagship event, the workshops, which was this weekend. But we've also started what we call the DNS Community Days. And it's not only for members. Actually, nothing that OARC does is only for members. But we've started this new thing where there may be a speaker at the panel, a speaker at the podium. And instead of people coming up and asking questions, the speaker asks the question and puts it to the audience so that there's audience feedback to the problem that the speaker has. And then there's conversation between the audience itself. So you need to experiment with different ways of doing things. You need to experiment with different ways of the communication channels for that collaboration. nearly finished. Maybe more panel sessions, so this is really good.
Thanks, Dinesh. I don't know if anyone's got...
Well, I wanted to respond to you for the about the bit about the PC and the different levels of talks. I think NLNOG actually has done a great job there. There's just interesting stuff that isn't that just introduces, like at some point they introduce like, how does this satellite communication thingy actually work? You know, so that's not a talk for a specific level. It's just an introduction to show interesting things to people. But what they've also done is they had regular talks. Bert Hubert is one of the regulars. Erik Bijs was one of the regulars who talked about mental health, safe working environments, how to be an entrepreneur, how, you know, all things that are related to people in the network industry, but not technical, but more on a social level. And I think that has worked really well. So that will be my recommendation.
I'll be quick. Dinesh, you've outrun my compute capacity and there was no overflow in my head available. Somewhere halfway through it, you're supposed to introduce a talk that a question that takes longer than 30 seconds with a defined RIPE specific beginning, and you know which I mean. More serious, I don't think it's about doing the one or the other thing. It's about have a strategy. That I think the biggest problem that we've seen over the years was someone had the idea of bringing a NOC together. A group of people had the idea of bringing a NOC together, and that was awesome. That was fantastic. But because it was a group of people, there was no succession plan, there was no 5-year strategy, there was no mission, vision, whatever statement, and you don't have to go corporate America crazy on it, but have an idea of what it is that you want to achieve as a NOC in the community. Do you want to be the small group, or do you want to be the 12,000 people Kubernetes conference? Do you want to be a commercial part? Do you want to have only talks that are curated by a PC? And we can talk for this in hours afterwards. I'll give it back to the queue.
Hey, Sylvan here from, in this case, a bit more controversial affiliation, in this case, Free Transit. As you probably all know, we're one of the organizations which are bringing a lot of newcomers to the industry, so I do not see it as pessimistic as Alexis was seeing it before. I do remember on RIPE in Rotterdam that we had a conversation about allowing minors on RIPE because of legal issues, so we do get younger people back into the industry while other people might be leaving. My first SWINOC I was still an apprenticeship, and I was frustrated about the quality of education and completely wrong subnetting that was taught in school. So I was actually reaching out to the NOCs of the, hey, I find people who actually know what they're doing, and this is what got me into the industry. But one of the things I believe is we need to also establish more probably roaming between the NOCs, bring people around, do more events. The Finnish community in InfoSec is insanely active. Basically, every week you will have a meetup because every town has a meetup group. This is what got me stuck in Finland in the end, was the InfoSec community. And I'm not part of that community. I'm not an InfoSec person. I'm a network person. Yet I go to those meetups because they have a meetup every freaking week somewhere. They have like 30 meetup groups in a small country like Finland. And they just drag speakers from the other towns over. So every month we organize a meetup where we have 2 talks, and well, in Finland it's a reason to drink beer, but you can do that. So
there's a common theme there.
Yeah, so that's one thing, and I believe as others were saying, there's Telegram groups. That's what gets people into the industry because it's actually more accessible to newcomers. Sorry to say, the thing with IRC, it is horrible UX on mobile, and a lot of users are on mobile. This is why it's dying. The UX on mobile is horrible.
Thank you.
If I may,
Yeah, please.
Quickly, actually, I guess Finland is one of these countries where people are not afraid of listening to English or even speaking English. We have an issue with other NOCs, including CSNOC. I was under impression that it's a good idea to run a Czech event in English. It didn't work out well, so yeah, we have to do it in local language, and then it's hard to exchange ideas.
Yeah.
Actually, in our case, we are also Slavic country, right? And my requirement is, as a chair, that everybody has slides in English, right? Because we have international audience in the room. And then the Slovenian presenters, they usually ask me, Jan, do we want me to speak in Slovenian or in English? And my usual answer is, well, if you speak in Slovenian, majority will understand you. If you speak English, everybody will understand you. So it actually turned.
I see that I feel this may be some disagreements on here.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
I would say native Slovenian is better than bad English.
Well, in our case, I must say that we have some presentations in English when someone comes from abroad and they don't speak Spanish, but we have had presentations in English from Spanish people, and then we had complaints about someone Spanish speaking in English because it was much harder to follow for some people. So some people that know that guy was Spanish, they said, why is this guy speaking in English? Even if there were English-speaking people in the audience, because, well, our English level in Spain is not the best, I must say. There are many people there that are not really good in English. So 100% of people understanding if you speak English is a no-go there. And so we try to have a mix. We try to have Spanish, but we really need to do things in the local language to attract people.
Interesting. I never got any complaint about that.
It's depending on the country.
Yeah.
It's clearly depending on the country.
That's on me.
Maria?
Maria Cizinek, developer of BERT. We are. I have 2 points. One of them is I am participating in running a summer camp for children, teaching IT and other things. And we have a good. We have found out that most of the children actually do speak English well enough to be okay with presenting in English. On the other hand, if you present in English to the CSNOC, which is like, what's the average age there?
Yeah, old there, yes.
45, 50. I have submitted 2 talks with Czech slides just to be accessible for all those Czech people, because I wanted to make it as accessible as possible. Whereas here I am presenting in English. The second thing, the education. I don't think it's a responsibility of the universities to teach about networking themselves. It's us who have to go to the universities and say we are going to teach and present a viable course. If I look at the Czech universities in Prague, there is no course on advanced networking. So we are preparing one for the next academic year, and we are hoping that it will go through. But there is no such course. I don't know how much is your how much you know about this in your countries, but what I have found was, in the best case, things like class A, class B, class C, and 60 slides on IPv4, and then a notion that there exists IPv6. So that's where we are.
At NetNode, that's why we have Lehman. You go to the universities and fantastic on that, but we are working quite a lot with several co-workers that go to universities and attending university events and so on. But it's super important, but it's saying the correct, having the correct content in the presentations as well.
In our case, in fact, from the ESNA community, we have like an agreement with one university that they let us use the room if we go there and teach their students about the network. So I go once every year, at least 2 hours, 3 hours, to explain what peering is, internet exchanges, or IP addresses, whatever. And this is done by the SNOC community somehow with the university, but then you need to have the contacts with the university, not always easy.
Hello, this is Ulrich Wisser from ICANN. Well, I think the internet is basic infrastructure, like roads. And when have all of you heard about the meeting of the road building engineers?
I don't know. If you haven't been, it's riveting.
Yeah, you know. So I think no, and so our meetings won't become popular. I can't see that. But that doesn't mean that there aren't road building engineers. There's lots of them, and there's lots of people working in the industry. What we have to figure out is how we do the people that get in, how do we pull them in our community? How do we get them to join? I think that is the important part. And I think what we all agree on is that a NOG meeting is a community. The important part is not how you meet and how often you meet. The important part is that you're a community, and that and a huge part that I myself feel of a community is that if I'm in trouble, I know who to call. And I think that is something that we need to communicate more, that people can get help, even with the smallest of things, you know. And I myself know that I can, in this community and RIPE, I mean, I maybe not go to the mic and say, you know, could you explain the B in BGP or something? You know? But I know that I can go to people and say, I have this, please explain it to me. I have absolutely no idea what you were talking about. And they will happily give me half an hour of their time. And I think that is something that is a real strength of the community that we have to bring to people. And yeah, I really don't know how, but I think that is something that we need to communicate better.
Absolutely agree. To me, that's a multiplier question. And it goes to the same point that we had before with universities and how do we get younger people from universities in. It's like, most likely no one of us can go out and find all the people in our countries who should attend a NOC. We need to go and find the people who will multiply, who will spread the message. But I think we've started a good combination of going back to the roaming part here at RIPE, where we at least all as the NOCs meet, and I don't think we have all of the NOCs there yet, so we should expand that. But then we need to go home and go back into our countries and find the people who could spread the message. The people at the university, the professors who should spread the message of this is where you need to go. We need to find the people in the communities, in the education system who can spread the message, and in policy making and governance as well.
Alexei, back again. I would like to disagree with one sentence was said earlier. No, NOG groups are not the network community. They're only a super or really passionate people from their jobs that would like to learn and to transmit the knowledge to others, but they're not the whole network communities. In France, we have some luck to have some school dedicated on networking and telecommunication, and only a few people, a few students come to the event in France. And after that, generally speaking, when they become to the workplace, they never come back again. And it's the issue. We don't have, as a whole, people who make the same job, a core integration, only a super of passionate, what we call geeks, are interested in this matter.
So, sorry, but I'm trying to be conscious of time here.
Yes, I was about to say we've got 4 minutes and you've got a flight to catch. So, and we'll just forget the other questions. But
I don't think we have to.
No, please. Yeah, no, go. You're good.
I don't think we have to be the whole community. I think we have to be the place where you can go to, you can find the information, and you can get help. As Ulrich outlined earlier before, it's like, if this is the place where people go and get the information, get help, get the support, know this is the place to go to, I think that's a good starting point. We'll never get everyone involved.
Getting help is another issue, because on mailing lists, I never seen, or very few occasions, any people who share his configuration and his design. Because network, on some part, is a community, but it's treated like it was an industrial secrets of the first order, and if communicate something that could be boring, it will destroy the company. And no, people are stuck with their own issue and don't feel the confidence not to ask help, but to provide the correct information to be helped out from other people.
Thanks. If I could get the next person on the queue, because I know don't worry, you're in no rush. You're good. Take your time.
So my name is Melody. I'm part of the DDX. We also organize some like meetups and everything. And I think I qualify as a young person in tech. So that's why I wanted to say something. I'm a bit sad because I hear really often that people say the young generation is not interested in technology or networking. And that's not true at all. They just don't know where to go to. Yep. And we have zero visibility with all the NOCs and the RIPE NCC. I just stumbled upon here. And since I've been here, I learned so much and I was so glad to be here. And I tried to convince friends to come, and friends of mine are here as well. And we are really young, and most of us are apprentices. I think you're taking a look at the universities all the time, but most people stay there. They do academics. We need people from the industry as well. And I think more companies can also send their apprentices to this kind of events if we have more presentations that are like helpful for their education. And my education sucked. I learned more here than I learned ever in school. And I got my job as a cyber reliability engineer because like with the help of the RIPE, with the help of the things that I learned here. And I'm so glad that I stumbled upon all of you. And I hope we can get like a brighter future for all of us, for you who need new young people, and for like us young people that need more of your knowledge that is shared with us to succeed in life. And also, please don't give up on us. It's not like we are all only interested in TikTok or Netflix. Also, I'm always happy to share like our experience, and also happy to share what my generation is interested in. So if you ever need any perspective from us, please talk to me. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I don't think there's any response we need from that. Good luck following that. Over to you.
I would like to say I agree totally to the person before. And working for a big company, it's always also hard to go to meetings because they often see that as an incentive instead of you go further with your job. I'm luckily now in a position where it's in my job description, so that's different. But to the point before from Alexei, basically, the community is not to copy-paste your solution. The community is something to help to think by yourself. So you get an idea how to do things, but if I tell you my configuration from my router, I might tell you the wrong thing, because no network is exactly the same as the other. And you might get an idea, you will get help, but if people are coming in just want to have a copy-paste solution, you're wrong in the community. The community is help each other going forward, not just getting a solution.
Okay. And you did a great example when you shared the TerraStream design, right? Because lots of people learned a lot out of that. Well, I know, it's Peter Lodberg, but you know, your employer.
So we've got less, well, we're going up in time now, so that's never a good sign. There's a lot more we could discuss here, but I'm aware of time constraints. I will ask the panelists one kind of what would be your key takeaway message for the RIPE community as to how to support NOGs going forward?
Okay. My key takeaway here is that we very much appreciate that, for instance, RIPE and CC is supporting the NOGs. I think they are doing you are doing a great job with that. And I think it's great that you support us, that you bring speakers to our meetings, and also that organize this kind of things. It's clear that it was interesting for all of us.
I second that.
Yeah. And well, more of that, more of exchanging information among us, because even if we are different, and we know we are different because our cultures are different, our languages are different, we're not the same, we know. Even I'm sure you're told, we're clearly different, but we can improve and do better things if we go together and exchange this information. And I'm leaving.
Oh yes, go. Have a good flight. Thank you so much.
Thank
everyone.
you.
Woo! Thanks, Maria.
Yeah, so you specifically asked for the RIPE community, and I think in relation to NOGs is like a lot of people are not able to come to RIPE meetings. So please take your lessons from here and distribute them in your own communities.
Absolutely.
I can only second that. Is spread the message. As far as we understood, plenty of people don't know where to go. Plenty of people don't know about NOGs. Tell them, please.
Yeah, and open up. Maybe next year, ask, if possible, ask a coworker that are newer in the company. Join me to RIPE meeting or to NetNode meeting or DNOG meeting. So I think, I don't know, if your manager, the budget, please think outside the box sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, how one company would say, just do it.
Just do it.
Right.
There are
Just do
other
it.
sportwear brands available. Just so
you need to start and just go through it and put some energy in it and run the NOG. That's it.
And I would say also the other way around, as if you get the local people to NOG, invite them to RIPE meeting, because RIPE meeting also needs more new people all the time, and we are happy that we still have like 1/3 of attendees that are newcomers. That means that also some people are still returning, and I find that like RIPE meeting is just NOG that it goes all over the Europe, so of course it's great. And there should be exchange of people in both directions.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you to our wonderful panelists.
Thank you. Thank you, Alistair.
Thank you to me. Also, be sure to rate this as the best BOF you've ever been to, because then maybe we won't get the 7 p.m. slot before the party. So say it was the best, and everyone has to come back, and it's going to be the greatest thing ever. Thank you everyone for joining. I think the discussions that have taken place show that there is a great interest in what's happening in the NOG communities, and I hope to continue on growing this wonderful community further. So thank you so much, and have a lovely evening.
And rate the talks.
Thank you.
Rate the talks and this BOF.